All right, everybody. How's it going? Let's hope that this time it doesn't die on us. Power-wise. That was a lot of fun. If you were here last week when we attempted this wonderful live stream, I ended up having an issue. And that issue was basically that I had power go out. I was happily just in the middle of telling a story, and if Lucas shows up, I'll let him direct us back into the world of that. But here I am again, and we'll see if the power can stay on tonight. I promise I pay the bills, but it just sometimes it happens. We ended up in my county. We had 810 houses lose power, and mine was one of them. And I did call. Actually, my wife called to complain and got their automated system, and they said, we're aware of it. 0.7% of the county went down, and my house was amongst them. So, booyah. There we go. Thanks for joining tonight. We have, it looks like 6 people joining us. Yeah, what can go wrong will go wrong. Exactly. Very much so. So anyway, I am back to answer more questions, and I'm going to make it kind of fun because later on I'm going to say when we get maybe, let's say, 15 to 20 viewers in here, I'm going to share something. And it's not as miraculous as it was last time, but it's going to be kind of cool because for the first time, I'm going to be selling something. And it's something that a lot of people have been asking me about, and I'm adding on one additional thing. And we'll see if it goes over and what people think. But anyway, so that will be as soon as we get about 15 to 20 people or so in here. Last time we had that within half an hour, which was kind of cool. Sorry if I'm a little on the suntan side. My wife and daughters and I escaped for the weekend to Myrtle Beach, where I'll tell you, it's going to be fun seeing how much COVID-19 comes out of that place, because we were probably amongst the only people, aside from employees of places that we picked up food through a drive-through or ordered food from, that were wearing masks. Probably you could count on one hand the amount of people that we saw wearing masks the entire time. Now, I don't know what your opinion is of the masks, but what I will say is that in Asia, Asian countries, and in many places in the world, that's one of the things people have always done out of respect. If you want to continue on with your daily life, you wear a mask if you are sick. It's something that you do for other people. It's not for yourself because you're already the one sick. But in those other countries, if you have the flu, if you have a cold and you want to go to school, you wear a mask out of courtesy. And they'll customize them and make them with faces or something like that. And it's kind of cool. But I'll tell you, it's one of those things where even with regards to masks here in the United States, you see people say, I'm not going to wear a mask. I'm going to take a stand against whatever. I don't care what your politics are. I don't really care one way or another if you like the mask or not. It's not really... Don't consider it something to do for COVID-19. Do it in general if you get sick, or even if you don't get sick. Right now, there's a lot of people that are getting sick, and it's just one of those things that it would be very helpful if everybody did wear a mask. And it's kind of funny that usually places that don't wear a mask end up getting out of control crazy. So, yeah, everyone is safe and well so far. Awesome. So, we got Worth It or Not. We got Bot Plays Games, Frick Frock. American Liberty. How's it going, man? Mass Conspiracy Corner. Yeah, buddy. No, and you know what? It's one of those things where in Asian countries, they do it because they show respect to other people. They don't want to make people sick. And here in America, and during the whole COVID-19 thing, whether you believe it or not, whether you believe it spreads or not, it's still something that you could do just to help out, Okay, Andre, will do. Will do. And it doesn't take anything. It's just a little mask that you just wear, and it's no big deal. All right, well, we got 7 concurrent viewers right now. So tell me, who here has watched my video from I guess it's this morning now. Geez, it's been a long day. We got up this morning early. We went to the beach. They did not have showers in the bathrooms there. So I was basically sandy and salty on the entire 6-hour drive back. And I normally have the air conditioner set to recirculate the air, but my wife rode with me someplace the other day, and she doesn't like the smell of the what is it thing? Essential oils distiller that I have in the car. I haven't used the thing in months because I haven't been at work in months. And because of it, though, she has a very sharp nose. Very sharp. I call her a hound dog nose because it is so, so good. But I have this thing sitting in the car, and she could smell it, and she said, don't recycle the air with me in here. Let's get the fresh air coming in. So I said, all right, that's fine. And so we brought in the fresh air, and wouldn't you know it, I forgot to turn it back on recirculating. So driving back today for 6 hours, sun just blasting me in the face most of the drive back because it's, it was in the later part of the day. I just got nailed and was hot, did not put the air on recirculate. So even though I have a good air conditioning, it just was killing me. No showers. They don't want people to be afraid to wash their hands at the beach. Well, they have a place for you to wash your hands, but they do not have a place for you to shower. I just got new masks to do the job that are coming. To do a job that's coming. Okay. It's just a mask. People love to dress up in Halloween, so think of it as the longest Halloween of the year. Yes, and I tell you, I thought about this a long time ago. It was really funny. I posted on Facebook. I should show it to you real quick if I can find it. But my daughter, as soon as this whole thing happened, I was telling her we need to get our masks and we need to go out. Well, my daughter knows that I'm a Star Wars fan, and she's a Star Wars fan too, even though she's 4. And so when I said we should go out, because for the longest time, I did not take the girls out anywhere. But as soon as I said we're going to go out, so let's grab your mask, little did she know that my wife had a mask, for her. And I had been wearing them whenever I went out places. But she also knows that I have my Darth Vader mask. So she went and got her little silly one. And so we went out and wore our, I guess it was starting to go a little dark. We went out, and she thought that I meant we were going to go out in Darth Vader masks, but that's obviously not the case. So it was kind of fun. I ended up wearing and covering my face a lot at work just because I hate the sun and hate getting sun just melting my skin. So I don't wear a mask at work because of COVID-19, because I haven't been there since COVID-19. I wear it in general to avoid the sun. So it was kind of cool that she was like, oh, we're going to grab masks. And she wanted to go upstairs and she grabbed the mask. I'm like, no, sweetie, no, nice try, but we're not taking these masks. We're going to be doing a different kind of mask. And it wasn't as exciting for her. So she didn't get it. I posted that picture on Facebook, and people were like, no, I think she does get it. Actually, better than you do. I was like, okay, fine, fair enough. I just got, let's see, people dressed up in Halloween. Yeah. Okay. So it's cool. I'm actually going to be doing not this next video, but the video after that. I'm going to be showing something kind of cool regarding a mask and something you can wear. It's not a COVID-19 thing per se. It's going to be something that you could definitely use if you're a sound person working in the field. Or if you work in, not construction, because you need a hard hat. I talked about it a little bit on the last thing. It's going to be headwear, and it's going to involve, you're going to get to see a really cool mask made by VersaFlex. VersaFlex makes harnesses for ENG Reality. And theirs are very good. So good, in fact, that I've had mine for over 10 years, and it still looks like brand new. Now, granted, I don't use it very much, but VersaFlex makes very good stuff. So we are now 10 people in here. We have 2 likes. Thank you so much for those. We will see if we can, within the next 15 or so minutes, get ourselves up to 15 people. And I am sorry that we started the stream about 2 minutes late. I was working on a graphic, and that graphic is going to be when we pop this thing up on the screen, and you'll recognize it. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I'm shaking the camera. So if you watched the video that I did this morning, thank you for watching. I don't know if anyone has any questions about anything. Thanks for the 4 likes. I don't know if anybody has any questions about that, but I tried to make it pretty straightforward and very to the point, where it basically hopefully should make sense, because it's a process that no one's really discussed online before or shown the technique of. And it's also something that doesn't show up that much in books. And if it is mentioned, it's kind of like, oh, well, you know the procedure. I won't go into it now. And then they gloss right past it. So I was like, so one of the funny things is, when I was first researching it, I was like, wait a second now. There's 1 or 2 things that just don't seem to make sense and in a connection to me. And so I know that's something Julian Krauss really loves. So I wrote him, but he didn't respond to me. And for like 2 days, I guess he was busy. And so I reached out to Sound Devices. I went ahead and found my own research and did it, and basically connected the dots. And then I contacted Sound Devices to verify the procedure that they have and use. And they wrote me back. And then right as that email came in, I checked, and I had received a message from Julian. So Julian was saying the exact same thing. So I was like, okay, so basically everybody confirms what I had discussed and what I had found. And my procedure was pretty much dialed in at that point, but they all confirmed my technique. So I was like, cool. That means that I'm at least not going to get it wrong. And then Julian was really funny, because he said he at this point was very interested. He's like, yes, I'd like to see the video. And he said, once you're done, please send it to me before you go live with it. I want to confirm the measurements and confirm the technique. I was like, oh, great. Now I have Julian Krauss confirming, or he's going to be, what was it? I was like, I was kind of laughing about that, saying Julian has to approve my video before it airs. I told that to Banjo over at Podcast, which I thought that was really funny. And I did shoot it to him, and he said, I like it. And I was like, good. So the video met with Julian Krauss's seal of approval before it went live, which was kind of funny, but it was awesome. Sorry, I was in the car, and like I said, the air wasn't recirculating, so it's like, man, got dehydrated pretty quickly. I should grab a Zip Fizz. I really should grab a Zip Fizz. We'll see how well I can keep this thing going. Yes. Okay. Well, we lost somebody. Have 9 viewers now. We'll see how it goes. Do it. Grab it. I don't know if I need it. I did a Zip Fizz last night before I went to bed. And I was suddenly up for another like 2 hours. And I'll tell you, a week ago, YouTube, for whatever reason, no, it wasn't it was the night after my power went out. YouTube, you know how their recommendations recommend you really weird things, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, I definitely shouldn't watch this but I can't really avoid it. So I ended up doing just what it wanted me to do, and I clicked on a link. It was a recommendation to watch a guy who does beekeeping inspect his hive. I was like, that could kind of be interesting. So it's one of those, they catch you when you're at your weakest, when you're tired and should be going to bed, but you don't. You stay awake. And instead of getting up and going to bed, instead you're like, yeah, I'm going to watch that video. And you click it, and that's how they get you. And then after that, you're too tired to get up again. So then you're like, yeah, I'll watch another one. And then all of a sudden 2 hours have passed, and you realize you shouldn't have been doing all that. And all of a sudden, you have spent 2 hours watching YouTube videos that you didn't need to. And so now I know quite a bit about beekeeping, including what they call things. I'm not going to start by any means. I think it's really cool that people can take their hands and just put them inside of a hive and push them out of the way. And, oh, look, this is the queen. I'll pick up the queen. This is the queen. Put it back down. You're like, dude, how can you do that to a queen bee without it stinging you? Crazy. Anyway, do that to any of those bees. Okay, so Lightspeed 63, if you are still in here, Zip Fizz is one of the things I absolutely love. It is 205 milligrams of caffeine, but more importantly, it is a bunch of extracts from leaves and all kinds of other things put into this little flavorful thing that you add to water. It fizzes up, and then it gives you electrolytes, and it's B12 energy and all kinds of good things. So it's just completely amazing to me. I love it. So I am tempted to go get a Zip Fizz, and I may end up doing it here in a few minutes. We will see. Ah, geez, this eye. All right. So anyway, back from my adventures in Myrtle Beach now. So if I'm a little bit on the red side, that's the reason why. You're going to look for it. All right, tell you what. If you have it, what I will do is let me go and find the link. I'll find the link and I'll post it. Because I've talked about Zip Fizz many, many times. And I'll post the one that I get. It's like a multi-pack. And that way, if you click on it, we'll throw an affiliate link in there. So here it is, right here. If you have an interest in purchasing some Zip Fizz, here it is. Good times to all. I love this stuff. I live off this stuff. Not live off of it. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. But there you go. There's an affiliate link. If you click it, you can get some Zip Fizz. That's the one that I always get. So, all right. Doesn't know what it is. See one in the real world. Okay, fine. I will go get a Zip Fizz. I will be right back. It is just right over there. So I will go and grab a Zip Fizz, and I will be literally back in a split second. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty. Things I'll do for everybody. All right. I don't need to have this, but I will anyway. That, my friends, is Zip Fizz. I love this stuff. People who know me know that I love Zip Fizz. And yes, I'm not going to be able to put on Muzak. Sorry about that. Even with the air, with restricting air off, AC is pretty good in my car. Lack of AC in my car. Now, yes, my AC works. I only have a 2018 car. It works great. But I was driving directly into the sun. And because I had been at the beach this morning and did not shower before we got on this 6-hour drive, I'm driving, sun in my face, pores are all clogged up from the salt and sand and everything. So that and the fact that air wasn't recirculating, and it probably also should be that I was listening to a lot of things. So because I was doing that, I didn't want to have it full blast. I usually run it about halfway up, setting 4 out of 7, and this today it wasn't working as well as it normally does, and that's because it wasn't recirculating and because I was going right into the sun. Probably also had to do something to the fact that geez, my hair's getting long, it's driving me crazy. Also has to do with the fact that my skin wasn't breathing anymore. So all right, here we go. Normally you would take a Zip Fizz. Okay, where are you? There you are. All right. It's the part that normally takes the longest for me is right there. Zip Fizz is normally something that we have on set a whole lot. And I will grab a Zip Fizz, and my sound utilities always know to keep me stocked in Zip Fizz. And when I left, what was the show I left? I finished P-Valley, which Airs, I believe, in 2 weeks on Stars. I can't play the trailer here or anything because it's a copyrighted show and everything. But if you look up P-Valley, it's a show that takes place in a Mississippi strip club. And I did this show, all the episodes for season 1, and it was a crazy fun time. And I tell you, it's well written. The characters are a riot. The writing is really good. It's a lot of fun. When I first saw the show and I saw it hit the thing, I was like, I do not want to be part of this show. And then I was asked to participate in something called the presentation video, which was being made. It was shot for 2 nights in a strip club, and with the actresses and everybody that was in it. And we shot about 15 or so minutes of an actual like pilot type thing to show networks to see if anybody was interested in buying it. Stars ended up buying it, so it's going to be pretty raunchy. But I tell you, the show, the girls that they have on that show are athletes. It's one of those things where I didn't want to be part of it because I was like, great, a show about strip clubs. And I've never been the kind of guy that's been into strip clubs. I've just not ever been into them. So it's one of those things where I just kind of shook my head at it and said, great, when I was offered to do the presentation video. But I tell you, it was one of those things that kind of seemed interesting from the presentation video. And then I was offered the show by the same mixer I did American Soul season 1 with. And I was like, I told him, I said, you don't want that show. And he's like, why? I said, because, dude, it's like, it's going to be a lot of loud music. It's going to be a lot of people. It's a lot of high heels. Girls, you can't put lavs on because they're not wearing anything. Big, crazy hair, hard lights, shadows, smoke machines, probably a lot of night work. And I said, it's just going to be everything you don't want to have happen. And he says, sounds like challenges. I love it. And so I was like, oh, geez. It's not that I don't love it, hard work or anything. It's just, I was like, man, it's going to be about the visuals and anything. Anyway, I joined Michael for the show, and it was, of course, a lot of fun. I don't regret working with Michael ever. Michael is a great guy. He and I don't always see eye to eye on things, but that's because he and I both are very, we're very strong personalities. Sound mixer runs the department, boom operator. I'm pretty strong on set because I'd be like, look, I need to be able to get this. I need to be able to get this. I need to get this. And he's like, I want it all. I'm like, I can't get it all because we have this camera over here, this camera over here. Second bit, anyway, it was a lot of fun, a lot of challenges, but I tell you, it was so awesome. Yes, done with the show. We finished that particular show about almost a year ago. Actually, about a year ago. Because I started Black Lightning season 3 right as soon as we were done with it. And that went until the second week of January this year. So that's when I officially became unemployed. Yes, Michael Wynn, who has the Michael Wynn YouTube channel. Absolutely. I was his boom operator for 1.5 years. No, not Senator Mike Michaels. Senator, I tell you, he is a trip and a half. Because if you look up Dave's Audio Corner on YouTube here, there's a 3-hour and 20-minute video interview with him. What an amazing group of stories he has. He is a sound geek like the world doesn't see very much of. He is so knowledgeable. He's had so many fun stories. And it's just, the whole interview is 3 hours and 20 minutes. And you're just, the whole time you're like, are you kidding? That too? It's just amazing, the stories that he tells. And it's so funny. All right, I tell you what. I will post a link, since I'm in kind of link posting mode tonight, I guess. I will post a link to the P-Valley trailer. So if you want to watch it, go for it. I will post a link to it, but there it is. P-Valley trailer, official stars. There we go. And here it is right here. So if you want to check it out, there it is. Whoops, that's the wrong button. There we go. And dropping it in chat right now. Whoa! American Liberty. You are awesome. I am being me. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. It's a great time. I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much for American Liberty. Holy crap. Let's see. Horse Taco. I'm a videographer and learn so much audio stuff. 100K subs when I get about another 93,000. Hey, I'm 7 down. I tell you, the first, it took months for me to get up to 200. And I started by announcing, I've been teaching classes a lot in the real world for a while, and I was probably teaching for a good maybe 6 years, 5 years, something like that, when I decided to launch SoundSpeeds. And I've told the story many times. Watch the history of SoundSpeeds, and or my history and starting SoundSpeeds, I think is the name of the video. And you'll see why exactly I started the channel. And I talked about it in the last live stream I did last week. But I tell you, it's something that I think I hit 2,000 subscribers when I was on American Soul 2 years ago. Yeah, about 2 years ago. So it was about a year, and it's about 15 months after I started SoundSpeeds that I hit 2,000 subscribers, I think. So it's slowly gaining momentum, which is cool. I mean, we'll get there. So I know what you're talking about, Andre. Hush, hush. I saw in the live stream that you caught on. Hush, hush. You know. But anyway. So we now have 18 people in here. I'm going to go ahead and throw this thing out there now. I would kind of tease that a little while ago, based on. Actually, I tell you what. I'm gonna milk it for a second. We have 19 people. I'm gonna go ahead and go through this. We have American Liberty. Big thank you to you, Horse Taco, videographer. Thank you very much. Just starting out in voiceover. Lightspeed 63. Great. There's actually I have some videos up on. I'm not a professional voiceover artist, as you know, but one of the things that, even though I'm not, I've done quite a bit of makeshift recording. And real quick, I was told, like, this is a room. We'll have talent here in like 15 minutes. Okay, what can I do to this place? One of the things I did on Avengers Infinity War was I was doing what they called ADR, but really it was just wild lines, which is where you bring in the actors when they're done with a scene, and you would record them wild so that way post can fly it in. And there were times that they would say, like, okay, bring in Robert Downey Jr. and let him record lines with us. Would let us do. I don't even. I don't even know their names. What's the name of the guy that plays Captain America? They brought him once, and just anyway, they do that kind of thing. They bring people in, and you'd record some lines with them and stuff like that. It's kind of fun. Anyway, pretty exciting. Now, I could tell you some fun stuff about, yes, Chris. I forgot his name, but Chris Evans. There you go, Captain America. But I'll tell you a fun story. I came off of Walking Dead, season 8, where sometimes we had up to 5 cameras going, and it was like all over the place. It's like this camera close up on this person, this camera close up on this person, a wide shot over here, and a medium shot over here of these other 2 people. So me and the utility were swinging poles all over the place. And then you'd be like, where's that other camera that I saw, and they're like, it's left. I'm like, okay. And I would watch the camera. I'd say, where's that camera going? It's jumping in the van. Don't worry about that. It's going over there. It's going to get something else. Okay, cool. No problem. So all of a sudden 4 cameras are going, and they'd call roll sound. I'd yell, we'd slate sound speeds. All of a sudden, A mark, slap, B mark, slap, C mark, slap, D mark, slap. Alan, you're in the shot. Alan, clear the shot. I'm like, where is the shot? What are you talking about? And then they would say, it's behind you. And I'm like looking behind. I'm like, there is nothing back there. And they're like, look way up there. There's what we call a condor. It looks like a big tall arm lifting up over the top of the trees in the background. And way up there on a doubler on an 840 mil lens was like a sniper looking camera. It was like a camera with a long lens up on this thing, and it's basically looking and tracking over the ground like someone looking through a sniper. I'm like, are you kidding me? And that was right where I was. And no one had told me they were doing that. They said the camera was leaving, drove me nuts. That kind of thing, going to the mocap unit, motion capture on Avengers Infinity War. Now that is where they have cameras all over the place. Literally 20 cameras and motion sensors all over the place. And you have a camera operator holding up what looks kind of like a monitor and like a couple of handles. And that's about it. And he says, be wherever you want. I don't care. Because they're recording people in motion capture suits doing the action of the actors. And you want to talk about something cool. It's when you are totally used to being on Walking Dead, having to stay out of the frame. It's going to be crazy all over the place. Lucas, I'm glad you're back. I mentioned you at the beginning of the stream. And yes, I know I owe you the Spanish story. So you want to talk about going from something crazy like Walking Dead and 5 cameras to suddenly Avengers Infinity War, which is a motion capture camera and they don't see you because you're not wearing the motion capture stuff. I could throw the boom right on top of the people that were performing. And the camera guy the actors are in front like here, and I'm booming him from 4 feet away, 5 feet away right there. And the camera is starting to come around here. And I'm like looking at the camera operator like, oh, he's going to have a problem. And all of a sudden he walks right past me and I am between him and the actor. And he's still holding up the camera, just chewing his gum, paying no attention to me because I don't exist. I'm not in the monitors. He is looking at the rendered actor and performer of, we were doing like Red Skull. And, I'm like that on like the first day I was there. I was like, that is something I've never seen before. And it was extremely cool because the cameras were picking up motion capture wise from around the entire set. They were picking up everything. Geez, I got all these little hairs my hair's getting long, as you can tell. I need to get it shaved off or something. And every single time I do this, it's like, oh man, I get a piece of hair that pokes right in my ear. It drives me crazy. So anyway, that was really cool. Going from Walking Dead, where I could not get anywhere near the lens sometimes, to right there in between the camera operator and he doesn't even see me. That was pretty awesome. So let's play catch up here. 7K is a lot of people. Don't worry. You'll get there if you want. But regardless, you have people like me who really appreciate your hard work and effort. Thank you so much, Horse Taco. I really appreciate it. And it's one of those things where I've always known I'm not going to have a huge audience. I'm not going to have a huge, whatever. I know this because my target is more either professionals or it's people that want to learn professional things. And I don't do a whole lot of reviews. When I do, because they're insane and they take forever to do, I do a lot of instruction stuff. I do a lot of things. One of the things I like to do is teach the things that professionals in the film world do and don't talk about. When I first started the channel, a lot of people frowned upon the fact that I was teaching a lot of the things that I was teaching. They're like, why are you teaching this to everybody? I'm like, because people need this. They're like, you don't understand. You've learned a lot of techniques throughout the years. This is a lot of things that people need to learn through trial and error. People need to learn through the school of hard knocks. I'm like, let me explain something to you. People can learn what they need to know, but it takes experience to polish all the rough edges. Just because you've been trained, just because you know the tricks, doesn't mean that you're going to have the know-how and experience to know when to apply it and how to do so and when to do so. So I'm going to teach these techniques and people can learn them. And if at some point they feel like, they feel pretty good from it, whatever, that's cool. At least, it's one of those things that if you want to get experience and you have no training, you have zero chance of getting any experience. Otherwise, it's not going to work out for you if you get called. So the very least I can do is at least train people and then allow themselves to get polished by experience, by at least getting a call and getting some work as an A2, getting some work as a second utility, something like that, to at least start getting that experience on set. So anyway, I watched a video about wrapping XLR cable over under, was able to practice on Sunday. Well, you're about almost 3 years late on that. But Eric, I appreciate the fact that you did. I have a video of me, if you do a search on YouTube, I'm not going to post a link, it's in a different channel, called, what is it? Speed Wrangling XLR Cable Over Under, something like that. And you'll see me wrap, just using muscle memory, my technique, and I wrap 100-foot XLR in 16 seconds. Almost said 16 minutes. That would not be impressive. 16 seconds. Okay, so anyway, I know someone that mentioned you. Well, not by name. Okay, so yeah, we already talked about that. And I tell you, real quick, back to Andre. We'll see. I've been on Curtis Judd's channel a few times now, and I do get a little bit of a momentum. You know, every single time I do an appearance on a show, on someone else's channel, I do get, you know, some of the subscribers come over, but it's like, I'm not going to suddenly see 1,000 subs or anything from that. It's, I usually only see, you know, maybe double my normal growth, which is usually around 10 to 20 subs a day, somewhere in that realm. I think it was, what is it? Today's Monday. I think Saturday, I don't recall growing any. I don't think I got like one all Saturday. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? Anyway, so Lucas, I promise I'll tell your Spanish story in a second. I'm going to I'm going to get through these comments. I'm going to put up a graphic, and it's going to be something I was waiting to get about 15 to 20 people in here, and now we're looking at 26. Let me get through these comments. Hi from Greenland. Just listen to your YouTuber, always education. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. That's funny. That's amazing. Sort of the stars in there. Near's becoming famous. Yeah, I tell you, if only. How different is the amount of live recording boom sound versus after recording fill-in, TV versus movie production? I'll tell you, it's hard to tell. It's based on the show itself. A lot of shows you can get great production dialogue right there, and because it's quiet and you can control it, you can very easily put that into post, and they're able to do great things with it. What you got to be careful for is ads and changes. Ads and changes, they have to do ADR for. I've been on shows before where they have absolutely no ADR that's corrective. That's automated dialogue replacement, which is where actors listen to the track and then they say it in a vocal booth, usually wearing a lav, and they'll have a boom microphone on them and they'll say it the way they want it to be done on camera. And when they do that, it's pretty cool of a process because you can correct some really bad audio glitches and mess ups that you would have on set. But how much of it's normally used? If they change a line, for example, if I say, no, that's not supposed to be that way, and they say, okay, you know what, in post, it shouldn't be that way. It should just, instead, let's make them say, no, it can't be that way. Maybe the writer has changed it, and that's the way it should be. So if they need that change, they'll have to have the actors record that. If they know on set, then and we've already shot the scene, what they'll probably do is they say, can the actor come back? I know we've already shot the scene, but just have the actor say the line on that set. So I'll bring him in, we'll go quiet on the set, and I'll put the boom over them the same way I just got through booming them for the scene, and then the actors will say it. Sometimes voiceovers are that way. And that the way that we can either correct a line, sometimes we'll do voiceovers, sometimes they'll, if they do an ad, like they say, oh, have this person also say this instead, or do a variation. Then sometimes we'll do that. And instead of them being on camera, they'll cut to somebody else. So if that's the case, then we'll do a lot of those kind of like wild lines on set. And those are pretty cool. They're very, very, it's nice to be able to do those on the fly because you don't have to, actually just made me think about something. Yeah. Because we can do corrective type things right there. And then post can usually stretch and expand and fit it in there in post. So there's your answer. It's a scarcity mentality. You are living an abundance mentality. Oh, okay. It took me a second, but I got it. I know I slept right. I slept in the right hotel last night. Okay, well, good. Film industry is mostly closed off industry I've ever seen. It's completely doozy trying to learn something you don't know how because nobody wants to teach you. Mad respect for opening doors. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think you would be surprised at how many people are really interested in learning from pro tips. Okay, well, very good. Just watch the keyboard ring. Oh, okay, cool. All right, so here is what I am going to do. We have 29 people in here. A lot of people. I tell you what. 1, 2, 3 in chat. If you watch my video that released this morning, I'll give it a few seconds. 1, 2, 3 in chat. If you watch my video, which is talking about how to measure EIN. This hair is going to drive me crazy. I'm going to shave my head live on. No. 1, 2, 3. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Cool. Starting to show up. Good. The reason I'm asking is because since this morning, I have received quite a few people asking me, or I've received, I should say, 3 people. One person wrote it in the comments below, and I said, tell you what, write me a message, write me an email. And I had 2 people write me emails saying, where do you buy one of those dummies? To my knowledge, you can't buy them. I could be mistaken, but what I do know is I bought 100 of them because I wasn't paying attention. I wanted to buy the right kind of 150 ohm resistor, and I did, but I bought 100 of them without realizing. They're good quality. That's the ones I use in the video. But the problem that I now have is that I have all these extra resistors. I also have some cables. Oh, JPR 321. Thank you so much. Has there ever been a time? Okay, that's a question. I will tell that. I'll answer that in a second. But what I decided to do is, because there's an interest in those dummies, what I'm going to do is offer to sell them. I'll have to make them for you, and I'm pretty meticulous about the way that I make them. But I'm going to be selling them. If you would like to buy one, you can shoot me an email at soundspeeds@yahoo.com, and I will sell you one of them for $20. Now, I've also, at the same time, did I say capacitor? I meant resistor. I could have sworn I said resistor. It's a 150 ohm resistor. This is the Rode NT1 that I'm using right now. So anyway, what I decided to do is for $20 to sell a dummy load that I would personally hand make, and I'm pretty meticulous about them. Now, that includes, if you're in the United States, U.S. priority mail shipping, because I'm basically, I've got about $12 or so in parts and shipping charges and stuff, and the bubble wrap, probably actually more than that now that I think about it, because I usually add a few extra things that you don't get in the stores normally. So it's probably only gonna give me, $5 or so, but I'm going to sell them for $20. Now, because I'm doing that, another thing that people have been asking more since I started this channel, and really it's come to a head since I did my video recently where I made some cables, is people wanting to know what kind of cables I make. Well, if you look at the Mogami Golds, they're very similar to that, but a 6-foot Mogami Gold, if you look at right now on Amazon, they're $70. I'm going to offer for a limited time to make you, if you want up to 10 feet or plus or minus 10 feet, let's say 10 feet XLR cable my way for $50. So that way I would hand make the cable my way, and you would be surprised. I'm not going to name drop now, but there's 2 other YouTubers that I'm sure you've probably watched that have my cables in their studios. And so there it is right there. That's the graphic that I was waiting on. So you can see there's the dummy. That's the way it looks on the inside. And you will see that there is a 10-foot XLR right there, my way, for $50. So if you're interested in that, shoot me an email at soundspeeds@yahoo.com. Or if you want, and I can either take a PayPal, I'll do Venmo, I can send you the Venmo thing or whatever. I'm going to leave that up there for the rest of the stream. If you are interested, I'm doing this for a limited time only. Don't know how long I'm going to extend this, but it is going to be up there for a little bit. So if you want me to make you a cable, I'm currently not doing a thing in the world. I can probably get it done within a day and then throw it in the mail. So you don't need to worry about how long is it going to be. I'll send this priority mail so that way it's going to arrive soon. And that's in the United States. Now, if you are not in the United States, there's going to be a little bit more of international shipping charge if that's indeed something you want. So anyway, soundspeeds@yahoo.com is indeed my email address, yes. So if you're interested in a cable, if you would rather have different lengths of cable, let me know. If you want a volume, if you want a quote on multiple cables. One guy, the YouTuber that I'm referring to, one of the YouTubers that I made cables for, he has asked, he wanted 10 cables made. And so I got a whole bunch of things. I made them all, sent them to him, and he's been happy as a clam. If you watch his channel, to give you a little something to watch for, you will see that on this end of the XLR, right here, on the female end, there is a little bit of a colored ring right there underneath because I had to use the FXX connectors. And I swapped out. He didn't want, he wanted it done a certain way. So yes, FXX connectors with a different ring. And so he wanted 10 different colors of rings. So I got those and we made them. So anyway, there you go. Nope. Bandrew and Curtis Judd are not them. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Because now that I've said that, now you're going to start going through all the lists. I'm not going to tell you who they are. They're people that do have a lot of subs, though. I'll put it that way. A lot more than me. So, okay, let me get to JPR321's questions. Has there ever been a time when a director or sound mixer changed a mic for a story reason? Kind of. I'll tell you in a second. Maybe deep voice actor was taken down a peg. Okay. Not really. Not really. Horse Taco, real quick to answer your question. Just shoot me an email and I'll shoot you back the details. I'll just, anybody who's interested in either a cable or a dummy, shoot me an email, soundspeeds@yahoo.com, and I will gladly tell you the details. So I have the closest I've ever gotten to a director asking us to change a microphone was actually last year. I did a movie in Alabama called Devil All the Time. The Devil All the Time, that's going to be a good movie when it comes out. It's going to be a lot of fun. It was a Netflix movie, and it's pretty cool. I can't wait until it's going to be on a very limited theatrical release, as I understand it. They may change that. I don't know. I don't think there's a trailer for it. Let me look and see if there is one. There's a lot of people that posted stories on YouTube as soon as we were shooting. Wait a second. Oh, those are cast announcements. Okay, never mind. That's a year ago. And this is even wrong. Anyway, so it was a lot of fun to shoot. It's going to be a fun movie when it comes out. I'm actually real excited about it. I wish they would stop delaying and would go ahead and release it. But the closest thing we got is the director of that movie. I think his name was Anthony. I could be mistaken. He, I was told, was a method director. And because this movie takes place in yesteryear, it's a period show. It takes place, I think it starts in 1945 and goes up a couple decades. But he said, I'd like you to use vintage microphones. So the sound mixer that hired me for it said, I want your thoughts and opinions on this, Alan. And I said, okay, what is it? And he said, well, they're shooting kind of in an older style. They're going to be shooting mostly one camera. They're going to have a second camera there. They'll pull out if they want to. But the director has requested that we do it old school style with just an older microphone and make it sound older. And I said, does he want you also recording on a Nagra or a reel-to-reel or something? And he's like, no. He's just talking about the microphone itself. He wants it to have a vintage sound. And I'm like, okay. So I thought about it for a second. And I said, does he even know what he's talking about with regards to a vintage sound? Because in the world of digital, they can make it sound like whatever they want to. They could change each decade and make it sound differently. He said, I'm just wanting your thoughts. Do you think we should try something like that? I said, I do not. I said, what we could do is we could take it from more of a filmmaking POV style, like the way that they used to do it in old school movies. Like, for example, movies, when you used to watch them, it was one camera and it was one microphone. And because if it was a wide shot, you'd have the microphone out of the frame. If it was a close-up shot, you'd have the microphone out of the frame, but right there on top. So in the wide shots, you would have a lot of air. It would look like a wide shot, and it would sound wider and more open because the microphone was farther away. Now, what you'll run into a lot is where you have a wide, where there's about 6 feet of headroom, and you have tights at the same time. When you do it that way, then a lot of the time sound mixers have to resort to a lav that they're going to be using on the actors, because when they get into post or when they create the dailies, people are going to be watching the wides and the tights, or one and then the other. And usually they're going to be watching the tights because it's going to be, that's where the coverage is going to be. So when you do a wide and a tight, the sound mixer has to play the tight, which is going to be a lav or a plant mic, because it's got to sound close. If it sounds far away because you were playing at the edge of the wide shot and then they're watching the close-up, it's not going to match that. It's going to sound like it's really loose, and people are going to be like, that doesn't sound right. It sounds terrible. And so people will use the lav mic or the plant mic that's going to be closer on the actors whenever you do that. So it's one of those things where I said, why don't we do it, if it's primarily one camera shoot, why don't we do it where you don't touch the lavs, we'll play it perspective sound. So if it's a wide shot, we'll play it perspective and it will sound like a wide shot. If it's a tight shot, then it will play perspective as that way. Most of the time now, if it's a single camera show, and I said, and what I'll do is I will tell the story by angling the boom in certain ways. I will get footsteps, I'll get, clothing rustle, and I'll get all these kind of things. I brought out my shotgun microphones, the ones that you saw in the video 2 weeks ago. It was actually incredibly awesome because we were shooting in a valley, and it was near the end of the movie. I won't give away what happens, but there's gunfire that takes place in the movie. And when you hear the gunfire, for at least some of that, we were using my C4000Bs, and it rocked. It sounded so good. You would hear, and you would hear it just go, just falling off because we were between two mountains. And it sounded really awesome. Anyway, so hopefully they'll use that in the show. Believe me, I'll be able to tell because I know the way that the gunshot sounded when we were there. Anyway, so I take it that you won't be eating the world's hottest gummy bear in the world when you make the cables. No, I'm not going to be that exciting. Kodiak the Juggler, which I did get your email, and I'll respond. What info should we include the email? I'm going to go ahead and say just your name. Tell me you're interested and how you want to make payment, either by PayPal or by Venmo. If you do PayPal, though, the only thing, and I'll put this in the thing, adjust the payment accordingly. That way I actually pocket $20. That will pay for all the parts and everything. And I'll probably run this for a couple of weeks and we'll see what happens. And so if you're interested in cables made by me my way, or you're interested in a dummy, then we'll do it that way. Okay, Lucas, are you still in here? If you are in here, speak now, and I will tell you your story that I started the other day, and we will see if we can actually get through it without the power dying. So Lucas, I'm calling you out. Let's see. Got to finish editing a video and hit the set. 5 a.m. comes early for work. Yes, it does. Okay. I already sent my email without the payment. No worries, Horse Taco. I'll respond to you and we'll get it worked out. Lucas, I'm going to finish your story now. So I mentioned before last week that my brain does not have the ability. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Another. Very good. Well, awesome. Thank you so much. Showing it to boom ops. Awesome. Well, tell your boom ops to reach out if they have any questions or anything. Gladly answer them. And I have a lot of content, over 230 videos, over almost 240 videos. I think it's 239 as of now. At least that's what Social Blade tells me. And that's not including the ones that I've privated and removed, and doesn't include the 30 live streams and stuff like that. So there's probably 300. Anyway, so here is your story, Lucas. My brain does not comprehend foreign languages very well. In high school, I had a teacher who would kind of laugh at my boneheaded responses, and she would just kind of give a look like, because you know how it would be. They would say, you pair up, and what you're going to do is you're going to have a dialogue with each other, and you're going to have to keep in mind the topic of this, which is whatever you're studying in school. And almost every single time me and this guy, Robbie, would team up, and it was almost the exact same thing. It was like we would be talking the exact same things, and we would fluctuate only in like whatever the topic was, where it would be, if it was generic, it would be like talk about something, mention the library or talk about something in the library. And so I would say, do you like the library? He would respond, yes. And it would be like, oh, that's great. He was like, yes, it is. Or something like that. That's like 4 of the 10. Terrible, I know, but it was funny. And the teacher would just, almost every single time, it was a joke because the class was like, oh, we know what they're going to say. It was the same exact script every time, just about. But we just changed the wild card, which was whatever the topic was. So I graduated high school, top 10% of my class, National Honor Society. It was nice and fun. But I went to a performing arts school. And so it was kind of like the movie Fame downstairs and where the performing arts was. It was a lot of fun. When I went to college, my grades were probably all A's and B's until I started picking fights with teachers. Most of the time, I scored an A or a B unless I had some issues with the teacher. I had one teacher who was absolutely a genius at history. And if he said, for example, explain what the Boston Tea Party was about in essay form, and you started around the Boston Tea Party time, he would count off and only give you like 20 points on 100. Because in his opinion, you needed to back up like, well, 200 years prior, there was this happening, which led to this, that 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 led to blah, 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 blah. And he wanted you to start at like 1492 when the colonies were first landed upon, and he wanted you to just go nuts. Well, I did not have the ability to do that, so I failed his class. Anyway, but there was another teacher who was a philosophy. I had a big issue with teachers that would not teach out the syllabus. I would sign up for a class that was supposed to be like deep thinking and stuff like that. And this philosophy class, they decided to change it after you registered. And by the time you register for a class and you pay your enrollment fee, that's it. School has your money, and if you withdraw or something, they do not offer you a refund, or they don't offer you a full refund. So when I first signed up for the class, and if they did offer you a refund, it was a partial refund. And if they did offer you a partial refund, I always felt gypped because I was like, look, you changed something on me. I didn't change anything. And when they would hand you out the syllabus, it was like, oh yeah, that's not what this class is anymore. The class is actually this. I'm like, what? Why did they change it? Well, we combined 2 classes. So anyway, I was expecting to learn how to think deeply and really dive in deep on a topic. And instead it was like, I would like you to write an assignment on why the horse is superior to man. I'm like, the horse isn't superior to man. He's like, I want you to write an assignment about how the horse is superior to man. And I tell you what, I'll make it easy for you. Think about the fact that if you have a horse, you have to take care of it. You're responsible for paying its bills and giving it a place to live. And the horse is groomed and taken care of. I'm like, yeah, in captivity. You're the one that rides the horse. The horse can't do anything without you. You're the one that puts stuff on the horse. The horse is working for you without pay. So that's superior, is it? Anyway, I would not get along with some teachers, and it was like I got pretty annoyed. So horse taco, of course, she believed that anyway. So I got actually I kind of half expected horse taco to say that the horse is superior to man. But I tell you, the reason why I'm mentioning this is because Spanish is one of those things that I would usually get A's and B's in all my classes, but usually the few F's I would get would drag my GPA down. And when I started to take foreign language classes, the way that Georgia State University was set up, if you were on the quarter system, you would have less total classes you had to take, and you only, no, it was more classes you had to take, but it was 101 and 102 were the foreign language requirement classes. You had to take 2 of them in order to graduate with a film degree. If you change over the semester system, you had less actual credits you had to do. However, 101 and 102 were now 1001 and 1002. Same class, just different number, but those did not count. It was 2001, 2002 that did count towards your grade. So I got pretty annoyed because I was like, I have a hard enough time, passing Spanish. It's going to be one of those things that's extremely difficult for me to pass. So if I can get past 1001, 1002, I'm not going to be able to get past 2001, 2002. It took me, I think, 5 times No, 4 times to pass Spanish 1, and on the 5th time I passed it. So I failed Spanish 1001 4 times, which of course drags down your GPA. You would think that one class like Spanish 1001, fail, Spanish 1001 again, they would rewrite the old one with another F and say, okay, it doesn't really change your GPA. No, every time you get an F in something, it counts against your GPA. So that was one of the things that drove me crazy. So I tried my best, but I barely got through 1001 with a D. And then I had taken Spanish 1002, fail, 1002, fail, 1002, fail, kept failing it because I just could not keep up with the past, present, how an O word becomes an A, and then it becomes an ES, and then it becomes a whatever based on the tenses and everything. My brain just was about to explode. I was like, I can't follow all this. It just doesn't make sense. If it's a word, then it should be a word. It shouldn't, why is it masculine or feminine? Why is, for all I know now, it's non-binary. So you have to know the pronoun to use on, just how to make it even more difficult. I don't know. So anyway, I had some severe issues with Spanish class. And I would almost always, by the point that I got near the end, I would approach my Spanish teachers on the very first day and say, I can almost guarantee I'm going to fail your class. I need help. As much assistance as you can give me, if you can give me some extra credit stuff, because I'll need it. If you can give me other things to do on the side, I'll need it. The teachers were not helpful until I met Christina. Christina was 1 year older than me. She was from Spain, and she was my teacher who she felt for me in the sense that I had told her day one, I waited until everyone was gone, and I said, I have, because you have to actually apply to graduate a year or more in advance at GSU. So if you want to graduate in June, you have to apply before June of the previous year. And I had done that. And then I had failed Spanish 3 times. And so this was my last chance. Otherwise, I was going to have to reapply to graduate the following year if I could finish Spanish at some point else. Finished all my other classes. And so I waited until the very end, and then I went over to her because she said that we should refer to her by name, by her first name. And so I said to her, Christina, I need your help. I can almost guarantee I'm going to fail your class. I need help because my brain just does not do languages. And let me tell you what I have tried. I have tried desperately to explain to ask the school if I spent a semester abroad, would that count as a foreign language requirement? And they said, yes. I said, good, I want to go to England. And they said, what are you going to study there? I said, English. And they said, no, it's got to be a foreign language. I said, English is a foreign language. We speak American here. No, that doesn't count. Okay. Does sign language count? No. Does Braille count? No. I was like, can I do anything other than actually having to learn a different language? No. Not if I wanted to graduate with a film degree, which, in all honesty, I don't know why I bothered to get a degree in film. I don't use the thing. So I tried as best I could, and I kept failing. So I told her I've tried many things. I've tried, and she said, have you tried reaching out to see if maybe it's a visual thing or if it's a sound related thing? I said, yes, I have taken that test that you're referring to see if it is a visual thing or if it is if I could visually learn Spanish or if I had to hear Spanish, if I could learn that way. I can't do either. You've taken the test. Yes, I took the test. I didn't do well for either. Have you tried another language? I'm not about to lose my 1001 Spanish class. I took Spanish all my way in high school. I'm not about to lose all the momentum I've made regarding Spanish. No, I'm going to actually finish Spanish. At least I won't have to start over again with the understanding the extra 2 or 3 letters, whatever there is, and the sounds, and I don't have to start from the ground up again. Anyway, people were like, oh, Spanish is the easiest language to learn. I'm like, not for me, it's not. Anyway, so I said, if you can tell me anything, give me any information. She said, well, I'll tell you this. A big part of your grade is going to be in class participation. And she explained to me, she said, it's not something I normally share with students, but I'm going to share it with you. If you can participate every day in class, you get 30 points. Every day, what I'll do is I'll mark the people who participated in class, and that will be 30 points towards your overall class grade. If you can, and then she said, if you can do anything extracurricular. I said, that's something I can do. What can I do? And she said, up to 10 points if you study outside. If you, she says, I have office hours if you want to come to my office and we can study Spanish and something. I said, cool. So there's another 10 points. So that's 40. All I need to do is get to 70. And right now I'm almost halfway there. I'm actually over halfway to 70, which is all I need in order to pass. Actually, it was technically a 60. So I said, all right, cool. All I need to do is barely pass some of the other stuff. And so and she said, if you say something in class, try, participate. Don't worry about if you don't sound knowledgeable or something like that. The point is you have to participate. Okay. So even if I say something boneheaded, it will count. I tried. Me gusta, I remember, is I like, Espanol, and I have no idea what the rest of that is. Obras de Garcia Lorca. Lorca. I have no idea. So, anyway, I'm dragging this story out, I'm sorry. So I would go almost every single day. I would say, Christina, do you have office hours? And, she would say, I will be in my office today. And I'd show up there and basically I would find another website that would have a translation thing. And I would spend about half an hour to 45 minutes with her saying, so how is this website? Because I told her I would want to study, but it would be great if there was a translation website that would find really good. So we'd basically spend about 30 to 45 minutes throwing different sentences in there and seeing how well it translated. And she'd say, this isn't good because it shouldn't be this. It should be this instead. I'm like, okay, let me try saying that. And so whatever it was. And she'd say, I would type something in there. And then the computer wouldn't say it right. And then she'd correct it. Well, another thing she did was every Friday, now this is when we actually get into it, Lucas. Every Friday she would bring in a guest because it was a Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7:45 a.m. class. She would bring in a Spanish-speaking person every Friday for us to listen to and interact, and they would tell his or her story. Well, at one point, she brought in her sister, who is from Spain. Christina was probably 5'4", maybe 5'5", but her sister was like 6'3", and she wore tall heels. Maybe she was not quite that tall. Maybe she, with her heels, was closer to 6'6". So she was probably around 6 feet tall. And when she walked in, we were like, wow, she's tall. And she's extremely skinny. And she's like, got the whole hair and the, very slender look. And you're like, she's, she was very elegant. She's not what I would consider to be pretty, but she was like a model, like model pretty. Not my kind of thing personally, but then, I'm weird. So Christina brought in her sister, and her sister told an entire story, and I barely followed any of it. And so when it came down to my class participation thing, my question that I was trying to ask was, how do you like being so tall? Seems pretty like an easy sentence, right? How do you like being so tall? To ask a tall person. When I ask my question, I see the class is almost all females, and I see all these faces like, do this number at me. The girl behind me, kind of hits me on the back and says, why'd you say that? I'm like, what'd I say? And Christina's like, I see every face in here look at me. And then I look over at Christina's sister, and she's like, her face is like in shock and like big eyes and like a look of fear. I'm like, what did I just say to this poor girl? It ends up, I did not say, how do you like being so tall? I said, how do you like being so fat? Being that she's a model, she's also anorexic. So Christina told me after class, when I met up with her at her office, I said, so I got there and I said, Christina, what? And she said, let me stop you right there. What do you think you said? And I said, how do you like being so tall? And she's like, that's what I thought you meant to say. And so I had to tell my sister that you're an idiot. And I was like, okay, well, at least you told her that. Because I was like, okay. I was like, so, because I didn't know what I said. And she said, you asked her how do you like being so fat? And she said, it wouldn't be that big of a deal if she wasn't anorexic and spent nearly a year in actually bulimic. And she was throwing up food, and she would, if she ate something, and she almost ended up hospitalized a few times for lack of nourishment. And there you go and ask this poor girl, how do you like being so fat, when she just got to the point where she's anorexic and not bulimic anymore? I'm like, so to this day, it's been 20 plus years, almost 20 years. I hope she's actually eaten a sandwich or had some food by now, because I did not mean, I'm so glad Christina said, no, he's an idiot. Just disregard him. But I hope that's enough, because I felt really bad for the poor girl. But unfortunately, that's the problem with having me required to take a Spanish class. So Lucas, there's your story. I drug it out a little bit as hopefully a payoff from last time. Sorry for the ASMR drinking of water. All right, let's play catch up on some of this stuff. Whew. Would love to hear. Okay, so great for the public universities in your country. Oh well. I think we can actually do things a little different here and not have to cover public education or not. Now, I tell you this: in the United States, they've gotten really greedy. Even when I was at GSU, they got extremely greedy. They raised their prices in the years that I was there by almost twice as much, and they offered less. And I argued with the school on a bunch of things. It was terrible. But I think it's just because it's greedy, and because schools are, in a nutshell, I think it was in the 70s or 80s, they ended up doing a push, I guess you could say, for education. And when they did, they had to create a market somehow for college education. So it was like, college education is needed to get a job. And they started really doing a push for it. Well, now trade schools are better under most circumstances, unless you're going to get a degree in English or something because you're going to be going to become a lawyer, or you're going to get a degree in Latin because you're going to become a doctor, something like that. There are still reasons to go to college, but most of the time a trade school is going to be better and to learn the actual skills. So anyway, that's just, I mean, I'm opening a can of worms there. I won't elaborate, but anyway, so thank you very much, JPR321. I really appreciate it. You've been extremely generous this stream. I'm a DP. What could I do to make a better set for my boom operators? Oh, this question. Oh, I love that you're a DP and you're asking, because believe it or not, this is one of those things that I love team players. This is not something where I'm just going to say, oh, you need to do this and this. It's not that way. I will tell you that being a DP that cares is amazing. And I very, very much appreciate that mindset, because you are exactly right. It is a team effort. It is extremely important to understand that working on a set is a team effort. I know a DP, I'll only call him by his first name, Michael. And I did 2 movies with him. He told me in the first movie I did with him, if you look at my IMDb, I'll tell you this: Kevin Kline was one of the actors. Thank you very much, Horse Taco. And he was setting up a shot. He was blasting in a Source 4. He had a big push coming in through the window, and it was supposed to be kind of mood light, because this is where Dakota Fanning and Kevin Kline were gonna have their first interaction, hookup, and Michael had the camera probably about this high when I was standing up, so about 6 feet in the air. And he's looking at it, and he says, "Alan, do you look at the monitor?" I'm like, "Why?" He says, "Because I'm just curious. What would make this better?" I'm like, "You're the DP. You'll figure it out." And I'm not about to take the bait on that one. You know, if a DP asks a boom operator, I don't want to go there, because that could be bad. You know, oh, you think you can be a DP? Okay, great. Anyway, so I was like, you know, now granted, I spent 5 years as a PPA photographer. I understand lighting. I also went to a performing arts school. I did lighting crew and stuff after high school and after college. I was part of theater groups. I was the head of the lighting department, and I did lighting. I was there on Tech Scouts and did lighting. So I understand lighting. I know the difference it makes when you add a certain gel or you drop it by, you drop you drop the f-stop. I know what it does. I know what happens when you take it from a neutral density 9 to a 12. I know what that does. I know what these things do. I know the difference between a 216 and light grid and all that. I know what these things do. But it's one of those things, I'm not going to take that bait. Well, anyway, he was looking at it. He just kept doing this and saying, he would just look over there, and then he would just kind of, So he kept looking at it, and I was like, Michael, why'd you ask me that out of curiosity? He said, because I know that boom operators usually know what looks good. And I said, really? He said, my first ever experience as a DP. And he tells me this story. He says, my first experience as a DP, I lit a set and I didn't know what I was doing. We were in a room and I put lights in all four corners of the room, blasting inward toward the middle. And he said the boom operator walked in and his eyes went and looked up and his mouth dropped and he spun in a circle. And Michael said, are you all right? And he says, I never seen anything like this. I don't know what to do. He said, what do you mean? And he lifted up his hand and Michael looked and he saw his hand shadow fly against multiple walls. And the boom operator says, I can't get a boom anywhere near this room. And he said, well, I don't know how we can how can we fix this? And the boom operator basically said, well, you could add some diffusion and you could drop out the front light and light from over here. And so anyway, he basically gave Michael a crash course in lighting in a couple of minutes. And Michael's like, let's try it. And so he did exactly what he said. He said, wow, this looks so much better. And so after that, for the rest of that movie, the DP and the boom operator were the ones in private rehearsal with the script supervisor, the actors and director. And they would talk about the lighting. And basically that boom operator taught Michael, the DP, how to light. So when he asked me, he said, he says, you know what's going on set. You seem to understand. You know what to ask for regarding lighting. And he says, I was just curious because I'm trying to figure out what would make this look better. And I'm like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. I mean, if you have any suggestions, throw something out. So I was looking at it and I said, okay, tell you what. And I decided to try it. I said, boom up the camera another 6 inches. Take, your backlight, I said, probably should be a little more blue. And I said, and add one of these. I didn't know the name of the fixture that he had. And I said, and use this as an accent over the ground right there, because it was kind of a shot that was not overly high. It was just wide, and it was mostly ground. And he looks at it, and he looks over at me. He looks out there, kind of looks around. And he's like, I like it. Hey, boom the camera up about 6 inches. And he looks at it and he's like, yeah, that's going to be at Kevin's height. That's going to be great. And he said, that allows me to, I can tilt down and then I'll see it. That's great. And so he actually was extremely excited about that. So when you say what would make things better for a boom operator, the first thing I will tell you is that the best DPs I've ever worked with, and we're talking like Bill Wages, Shelley Johnson, who did, the Captain America, Bill Wages, who's, these guys are amazing. A lot of the best DPs I've ever worked with light a little bit stronger. They're still soft lights, but they light stronger from behind and bounce more forward. So like if, for example, the way that I'm looking, that I'm coming, looking over this way, if you wanted to light me in a sound friendly way, you would probably bounce something more from this direction. And then you would add a backlight more from behind here where it's a soft hair light type effect. And then you could, bounce more up this way too. Those are the kind of things that are usually helpful regarding lighting. Now, yes, a lot of people will hate wide shots. Boom operators will. But what I will tell you about the wides is if you do a wide at the same time as a tight, that's when it ends up being an issue. So if you want to, here's something that is also extremely helpful. Most of the time, those wide shots, as you know, are only going to be used for a split second. If it's one of those things where I've seen DPs that will address in prep with the director where do you think you're going to be using the wide shot? And if you know what that is, don't waste a lot of time on that, because it gives you more chance of lighting the scene where the actual scene is going to live. So if in a wide shot, you need to get everything right, you could run it a few times if you want, because the director wants to get into the scene, but let the truth be known, you don't need to do it that way. If you start with a wide and you say, okay, well, we're only going to be using this for just the first 15 seconds. So as soon as that happens, tell director back to 1 and do it again, back to 1, do it again. And that way you can really dial in on that coverage and get into it in the meat and potatoes of the scene with multiple cameras. Do the wide shot as a single camera. And if you can, if they've been practicing and rehearsing and going through the lines during your lighting setup, then by all means, you should be able to just knock out the first 15 seconds of this or so of the scene, reset back to 1, do it again, reset back to 1, do it again. Now let's punch in for coverage. When directors can do that, it's absolutely amazing, because you know the scene's going to play in the tights. That gives you more time to be creative with the lighting. That gives you more time to be creative with your dolly moves, Steadicam, super techno crane, whatever the case may be. Because when you spend so much time in those wide shots, first of all, it's not. I was going to say distracting, but that's not the right word. It doesn't live there. People are going to look at it just to see what the scene looks like. And a lot of the times I've seen DPs that will nitpick windows in the background that have smudges on them in a wide shot. It's like, okay, well, you don't need to do that. When we get into the tights, that's when you need to do it. Or as a DP, you could kick the shot around in a little bit different areas and cheat it. So that way, if there's one that's overly bad, you don't have to shoot that first. You could shoot it second. That way the on-set dresser has a chance to build it up. That kind of thing. If you're talking about basically setups to make it better for boom operators, those are the big things right there. One of the big things recently that's driven me crazy is that, these little LED panels that are very, very good at what they do, except for the fact that they only light up maybe about a 3 by 5 foot square, 3 foot, 5 foot area. So you need to bring out multiples of those. And a lot of the times I've worked with DPs that use those, and they start to get overly crazy with them. Let's say they start to throw them all over the place on set. Now, as long as you give us a path or two to get in, no problem. But it becomes a big issue when you mount them to the ceiling, or you have built into your sets magnetic places that are then painted over, and that way you could just go up with a magnetic mount, stick it on that, and drop a LED panel in there. If you do something like that, it's creative and it's awesome until it's a front light. When it's a front light and there's a light up here and I cross it with a boom, the only thing I can do, if you're, for example, an actor I'm trying to boom, instead of the light being up here and shadowing directly on, I have to come in at an angle and start side addressing. And then if I try to skew over to someone else, I'm going to be crossing and shadowing the foreground actor to the camera. And that's not good, as you know. It creates a weird silhouette, change of light. And that's an extremely hard thing to get over as a boom operator. So the biggest advice I could give is, if you can help us out with more soft light from bouncing from the front, and then more coming in at an angle, throwing shadows that are going to be casting off frame. Those are a couple of big things with regards to camera movements. And if for example, you have someone that's sitting down and someone that's standing up, a lot of the times people will go in for coverage on the person that's sitting down at the same time as a wide. Well, that's not good, because we can't get a boom anywhere close to the person that's sitting down. We have to stay above and out of your shot, unless they're going to do it unless they're going to lock off the camera and then watch my invisible boom video, invisible boom technique. So if you do a search for invisible boom sound speeds, I can even find that right now. And it's not as rare of a thing anymore. People are doing this quite often. We did this on Stranger Things. We've done this on Halt and Catch Fire, on Finding Carter. I'm about to drop this in there. You can watch the video on the invisible boom right here. If you're not familiar, I'm sure you're familiar with the technique, but if you're not, this is something to definitely keep in mind. Because if we can drop in, there were times that we would have Hopper in his police office, and he would be standing, and we would have other people in the police department sitting, and they were in a wide, and I would position myself or Dennis, the sound utility, to second boom, and we would have a boom right there on top of them, and Hopper would never cross them. Hopper would be standing up here, and we would have actors sitting down low in the frame, and we would have a boom right on top of them because we could. And Hopper would be standing up, and so people would be like, the boom's in the shot. Oh, it doesn't matter. That's right. And so we did that quite a bit. So it was pretty cool because we would do that a lot. Like when we were out in the outside with when 11 is traveling and she sees the guy in the woods, it's like, hey little girl, and starts to come at him, and she like blasts him back. In that scene, we did a wide shot, but we were also going in at a very tight shot from the side. So I worked out with the DP, Tim, who's just brilliant, and we threw a boom directly on top of her for the entire scene, and we shot a wide and a tight at the same time, and there was 1.5 billion feet above her, and you even saw me in the shot on P Valley that's coming out next week. We actually there's a scene in, I think, the 9th episode. No, 7th episode. I think there's a scene where two people are sitting down, and there's a wide shot. One of them is not wearing one of the guys isn't wearing a shirt, and I was standing right next to them with a boom directly over in the wide shot, and you just have to do it the right way. And if you watch the invisible boom, you'll see the exact technique. I'm sure you're familiar with it, but that was something that was extremely helpful for me to be able to jump in there. And so if you're going to be doing a wide shot and we can jump in there, wonderful. That's so awesome. We can do the invisible boom technique. If you are doing a wide shot and we can't invade the shot, then preferably do it as a single camera thing. And then that's, I guess, the best thing to do. So I know I've been talking for a long time, JPR 321, but I wanted to at least give my interpretation of it. Now, obviously, as a DP, you sometimes have a certain effect you're going for. A particular shot, a particular scene, a particular movie might need to have a certain look because that's part of your creativity, is being able to use certain lighting that makes it look a certain way, that makes the entire movie authentic. Maybe using some more retro pieces to use a certain look. Maybe it is hard lights because it takes place in the 40s. Maybe it's more different kinds of colors that come in from slightly different angles, so that way you would see a shadow over the pinkish light. Things like that. I understand. But as long as we have some sort of a way to get the boom close, and if you're using those little LED panels, as long as you give us at least some way of getting in there, then those are best. But with regards to wide shots, if we can either do it the wide by itself, if it's going to be a motion shot of some sort, or, I'm beating a dead horse at this point. Sorry, hot horse taco, but that's the phrase. So anyway, hopefully that's a decent enough answer. If you want, if you have any other questions, by all means, please tell me, and I will gladly answer. If you even want to, shoot me an email, soundspeeds@yahoo.com, I will gladly continue the conversation. And I would love to hear your thoughts on it, because one of the things I've been very open about throughout my career is talking to DPs and trying to find out why they do some of the things they do. Not because I'm like, oh geez, why are they doing this? It's not more like along the lines of doing that. It's more of, what does this look actually give you? Because from my perspective, being a former PPA photographer, being in lighting, and there's various different ways of accomplishing certain things. Like, for example, I mentioned Bill Wages. One of the things he would do is he would fill up the entire room with, he would blast light all over the place, but then he would also skirt the middle of the room, so that way it would fall off above eye level, or above the level that you are. So that way, if the actors, that way it would be more dark coming in from above. It's not going to make shines on their heads. Even makeup should be able to tone that down technically. But a lot of the time, one of the things he would do is he would come in there and I'd be like, oh, geez, this is scary. And then all of a sudden he would say, and let's go ahead and drop this right now. And then he would all of a sudden drop all the tablecloth, the black tablecloth. And I'm like all of a sudden able to throw the boom everywhere, because he was lighting for the lower part of the set. And then once you blasted off the top part of it, he wasn't running in. It was all negative fill up out there. And I was like, this is amazing. I can throw the boom literally anywhere I want to. It's not going to shadow anything. There's a DP and I used to always say I would never forget his name, and then I did. It's terrible. He was the second unit DP on Vampire Diaries for seasons 1 through 4, maybe, I think. And he was so amazing to me because we were shooting in downtown Atlanta. And we had this long walk and talk that was over like 2 blocks. He would pull back the actors, and then at one point we cut across the street, and then we continued, and then the actors left frame, Steadicam shot. And I walked through the whole thing, and I was looking because there's, the sun's getting low, and I was looking at where the angles were, the sun bouncing in. I was looking at it, I was like, all right, so I should be fine over here. I'm going to need to jump over here to not cast a shadow on that sign. I'm going to need to jump over here then at this point, so I'm going to have to do this number a couple of times. And then I think it was the second take, he throws up a bounce board, and he was holding that right on top of the Steadicam, and I'm like, oh crap, now I can't get in there. And he didn't do it until they said, and action. He throws it up, and he's walking right over top of the Steadicam, and I'm like, trying to get it. I was like, oh gosh, this is killing me here. And it was like, I was like trying my best, and I was having to cut around the side, and I quickly had to collapse the pole on the walk. And by the time we got to the very, very end, I was in the wrong angle. I lost part of the walk and talk because I couldn't knock his bounce board out of the way. And when we finally got to the other side, my sound mixer said, Alan, the first one was better. What happened? I said, And so I turned my back because I didn't want to call him out. I said, our DP, he put up a bounce board right over the Steadicam, right as we said action. I didn't know it was happening because he had auditioned it kind of low in front of the Steadicam, and then he decided last minute to go high with it to see what would happen. And I said, I got kind of bone there. And he said, okay. Well, little did I know that DP was starting to walk away, and he heard me say the DP did this, and he was just like listening right there. And I said, yeah, he needed that for whatever reason. He brought it up. So I turn around, I look at him, I'm like, oh crap. He's, he heard me say that. He says, I'm so sorry. He says, I'm so sorry. I was trying to find the right place for it. I did not even think about the fact that your boom would have been there. And and it didn't even occur to me. I'm so sorry. Sound is extremely important. I will let you jump in there. He said, and it wasn't really working for me anyway. So by all means, you do what you got to do. I'm really sorry. And I'm like, wow. It's one of those things where we have the joke. What's the difference between a DP and God? God doesn't think he's a DP. That's the joke. And sometimes DPs have a God complex. They think that why are you bothering me with this sound thing? I don't care about sound. Sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't. When they don't and they understand it's a team effort and stuff, I tell you, I always will respect everybody on set. But I tell you, it is such a good feeling when I feel like the DP is approachable. I also had a DP years ago that came straight, when I said he was lighting him at 2 different levels of hard lights in a courtroom scene. And we had him coming in at this angle and coming in at this angle, and I could only boom from over there. And so I said, I won't say his first name because there's not very many people by that name, and I don't want to call him out. But I said, is there a way that you could help me out? And he had just interrupted me at that point. He said, Alan, you're not the first boom operator to hate me, and you're not going to be the last. And then he turns and walks away. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a long season. And it's one of those things where I had so many issues with everything. I had to spend time under booming. I had to side boom sometimes. I would do everything I could to try to defeat it, and he just did not care. Not a team player. And his lighting wasn't even all that good. As a matter of fact, he was replaced. We were replaced for political reasons. At the beginning, the second day of episode 7. And he, the DP, was fired at the end of episode 7 because he was making a lot of the makeup because he was using a lot of hard light. He made a lot of the makeup and looks look bad. He made the hair look like it had flyaways. He was actually replaced for making a lot of departments. There was a lot of complaints. But regardless, we were replaced for a political reason. I won't go into. But we ended up going on to another movie, a movie. It was pretty awesome. So, what was the name? Oh, crap. You know what? We haven't even talked about the name. You're right. Majority Pro. We haven't even discussed it yet. I should, anyway, I will, JPR 321. I will gladly continue this conversation. If you want to talk on the phone, you want to do a Skype call, something like that, shoot me an email, and I will gladly do that. If you want to have a conversation, because I would love to have a conversation. I understand lighting is extremely important to the look of the show. A lot of the time, people, the lighting is what sells it. The camera angles is what sells it. I understand, but at the same time, dialogue is what carries the scene, and so it is a collaborative effort. And I really appreciate the fact that you asked that so much. So let me catch up on a little bit of this stuff. Gorda, yeah, that's probably the word I used. Spanish. Greeting from Sydney, Spike. Okay, I don't know if you're still here, but only just saw that you're alive. I think I can watch a full replay later. I don't think that is normally what I do. I normally go private, and then only if someone is a Patreon of $10 or more do I give them access after 2 months to my live stream playlist. That's one of the perks. Anyway, we don't necessarily hate wides. We just hate a lot of headroom. Well, that's correct. That's true also, Tim, because it could very easily be a wide shot. There was a director that was years ago that I worked with on Drop Dead Diva, and he would always start with a wide shot, but the shot would always, like if somebody walked into the room, the shot, and then started the scene, he would always start with a wide, and then the shot would meet the person and then go over their shoulder, and it would land right on top of him by the time the actor would do a line. Every single shot was very dynamic and flowy, yet the person that was on camera was always tight headroom, and it started with a wide. It was very dynamic, and the episode looked amazing. And I, again, said I would never forget that director's name, and I did. Anyway, I should go back and rewatch that season. Season 2, Drop Dead Diva. First 1 through 6 episodes someplace. It was amazing. Okay, we don't necessarily... Okay, yes, Mike Rowe talked about trade schools. Yep, absolutely. Mike Rowe was actually one of the first people that my wife went and saw recently when he spoke at SCAD, and he was talking about trade schools. And I tell you, she was one of the people that asked that was chosen to ask a question. So here's this brilliant man. You could ask whatever you wanted to about his career and dirty jobs, about trade schools, about his podcast. You could ask anything you wanted to. And she was one of 4 people chosen. The other 3 people asked him food questions. Like, how does he take his coffee? That kind of thing. And he's like, and one person asked him like about pizza. Does he think pineapple should be on pizza or something like that? They were the crazy, and you just saw the look of his face was like, she was telling me that he was just like, and he was nice about it, but he was kind of like, everything you could ask me, and this is what you asked me about. So my wife asked about trade schools. She asked a question about that, and he was like, "Ha!" And he answered her very, very happily, because that's definitely something he loves. And he's exactly right. There's a lot of trades in America that right now are hiring for very, very good wages, very good livings, and yet we are so hung up on sending people to college for college degrees. I could tell my story about Jack. Jack was, I think I told it in one of the live streams not long ago. I won't do it again. I won't recap it. But basically, the long and the short of it is Jack was going to school, but he took a year off after he graduated high school to go and work in the film industry, and he already had contacts, and he worked himself up to a very, very high a very, very high level because of his gumption, because of his ability to work hard, because he was only 18. He wanted to learn. He didn't BS his way through setups and stuff. He did great, but then he quit his career to go to school for 4 years. And he went to school for 4 years for the exact craft that he was talking about going for. That he was already doing. And people kept saying, don't do that. You have so much momentum. And especially because the first year before he went to school, he still lived with his parents, and he saved every bit of that so he could put himself through film school. And he did from the money he made in 1 year. It's pretty amazing. And it was a very good film school too. I won't, I'll put it on this way. It's one of the prestigious ones on the West Coast. Okay. Models are not your type. Not to be weird. Wife is beautiful. Could be a model. Or are you talking about the modern walking sticks? Yeah, that's more about what she was. She was more of a walking stick. Does your GPA affect the possibility of getting a job in the film industry? No. As a matter of fact, you don't even need to have a degree in film. I've been mocked more for having a degree in film than it's actually been helpful. It has not meant I got one job that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise. It has not given me 1 cent more on any of the shows I've gotten. I have a degree in film. No one told me that if I took only 2 other classes, I could have gotten a double major, gotten a BA and a BS degree, or 2 BAs or whatever I wanted if I took 2 extra classes, because the electives that I took were computer-based. At the time, I wanted to build nonlinear editing systems, so I took computer classes. If I took 2 additional classes, I was not advised, because advisors at GSU suck, or at least they did back 20 years ago. So I did not learn that I could have very easily gotten a second degree by doing 2 extra classes, because a minor is something that you're required to have at GSU. A major and a minor. But a minor was like, what was it? 16 credit hours or something. A second major would be 20, something like that. It was so ridiculous. No, the extra classes would not have been Spanish. Not at all. So anyway, super doesn't matter, but you mentioned Stranger Things. How was the show? I never saw it, but I'm curious at how good people think it is. I tell you, Stranger Things was a lot of fun. I'll tell you a story about it here. I'll tell you some more stuff about it here in a second. Stranger Things 1 and 2 were great. I did season 2. My name's in the credits of only episodes 1 through 7, though, because I ended up leaving the show early to start Walking Dead season 8. We were already confirmed on Walking Dead. Stranger Things season 2 was supposed to finish in mid-April, then went to late April, then started to go into May. And me and the utility went ahead and left Stranger Things and started Walking Dead, because they knew us from seasons. I was there season 7. They knew me. They liked me. They knew the utility because he'd been there since like season 4 or 5, something like that. And the sound mixer played catch up. And Stranger Things kept going later and later and later and later and later. So eventually he had to leave the show too and come over to Walking Dead, because he had made that as a commitment to start Walking Dead at a certain time. And that was also episode 100 we were there for. So anyway, let's see. Season 3 became repetitious and more cliche. I'm still hooked, so I want more. Yeah. Oh, hey, Alan. Hey, Midori. Okay, and yeah, we'll get into the name here in a second. It's like an hour and a half in, isn't it? Almost 2 hours in, and we haven't even discussed one of the things I wanted to discuss. Jeez, terrible. I suck at live streams. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I was just getting here. LOL, wasn't sure. Oh, when you're saved, I'm so impressed. Okay. Texture class. Okay. Hey, ping pong. My degree is in film. Isn't even film, it's live and installed sound. Okay, great, Tim. That's cool. Live and installed sound is great. Beautiful. A totally different craft, and one that's definitely extremely respectful. Mad respect to you. So, I want to know the name too. So, if you were here part of the stream, I'm losing people. We had up to I think 33 people at one point. Now we're down to 20. So now that I have the best 20 that have stayed with me all this time, y'all are amazing. I'm going to ask again because I failed. And what do you know? I mean, we've been streaming out almost now as long as it was when the power died last time. So now, great time to actually, do the topic, right? So I'm going to start an answer desk type thing. I get a lot of questions. It's new show, Liberty. I'll give you a lowdown on it. Just to recap what we discussed last week. I'm not going to do the Soundspeeds podcast. I tried 6 different topics to see if any of them would take off. Wrong answers only, something sound, what was it? Amazon impulse buys. There was a few others. So, but by the end, it really never took off. The show, it was like people would be up and down. Sometimes they would like the least popular section was the least popular segment, I should say, was wrong answers only. People liked story time. They liked to hear the stories. They liked to hear the something sound segment. So that's the reason why in episode 10, no, In episode 11, I only did a floating segment, which was sound related. It was talking about the history, or not the history, my interpretation or of what I believe is going to probably potentially happen to the world of theater, the movie theaters, I should say, and what I think is going to happen to them post COVID-19. I don't know if it's right. I don't have any insider information. We will see if it's going to be accurate, but that's at least something that I've done a lot of thinking about and where I think it's a very realistic thing that it could go to. But so no, Liberty, I'm not going to do the Sound Speeds podcast anymore. I might do an occasional one like every 6 months or something. But what I'm going to do is a podcast on the main channel on Sound Speeds. And it is going to be an answer desk of the questions that I get in email. So if I get an email question, I'm going to respond and say, could I ask this on my could I answer this in my podcast? No, not brick mortar and go shells. No. Not going to be shooting an AR-15 on it. No. That was a lot of fun though. I tell you, we were shooting. I had a very elite former sergeant that was actually in charge of a very elite squad showing me some of the tricks that they used. And he wanted to take me out shooting, and he taught me some awesome stuff. And we were shooting his ARs. And I tell you, it's pretty awesome. And I was like, do you mind if I record this? She's like, no, by all means. So yeah, that's where that whole thing came from. Because I've been wanting to for over a year, probably about a year and a half, or do something on gunfire and recording, gunshots. But hair is driving me crazy. Let's see. So let's come up with some names. Okay. If you have a name, I'll put it this way because the top, the Horse Taco, you're asking some questions. I'll throw this out there. Help me think of a name for the podcast that's going to be an answer desk, a help desk type thing. It's going to be if I get a question that comes in an email form, instead of me typing this thing out forever to someone only for them to turn around and fire back with more questions. And then say, oh, geez, I spent like 45 minutes, two fingertip typing because I'm very slow. If I can, no, mailbag is deity. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to copy their mailbag idea. But what I will do is my own thing, and I don't know what I should call it. I know there used to be video answer man. I don't want to do sound answer man. I'm looking for something very creative, very unique, something that says sound speed, something that says sound, something that's cool. I don't know. But anyway, to answer your questions, if anyone wants to throw out some suggestions, I would love to hear them. Coming up with names. Don't know when I'm going to start. It's probably going to be as soon as I start to receive some questions again. Now, to answer your questions about the cables. How do I store XLR cables? I coil them up and I put them someplace. Not exciting, but that's true. How do I transport them? In my hand, in a bag, in a bin, in a box, something, I don't know. There's not really anything miraculous, no real way of doing either one of them. It's just I always over-under my cables and I do them counterclockwise so that way when you coil them, if you do it counterclockwise, it's extremely helpful to have everybody always know that you wrap your cable counterclockwise. So if you wrap to your left hand, that's when you point the cable away from you and you wrap into your hand. If you wrap it into your right hand, you're going to have to reverse it and cable to your hand the opposite direction, but still as long as it's counterclockwise. So let's look at these. Answers, I'm bad at being creative. SoundSpeed's answers. Answers at SoundSpeed's. No. Keep them coming. Throw out some suggestions. Tales from the set. Search for awesome Titus. You must be up with your little baby. If you're up with your little baby, hello. Thanks for coming in, Titus. Awesome to see you. Titus and I did a collaboration you can see on my channel called Computer. If you do a search for Sound Speeds Computer, Titus and I did a collaboration. It was cool. He shot this thing. We edited it. It's exactly the way you see it on video. It was a lot of fun. And the computer that I'm currently using is the one that he got for me. Sound support. Sound support podcast. That's cool. Because that's also SS. I could change one of the colors to like, instead of being the red and blue, which is, by the way, trademarked. My logo is trademarked. SoundSpeeds has 2 different trademarks on it. And it's registered. They're registered trademarks. So that logo is trademarked. Speed support sounds like a drug thing. Sound support. If I did a sound support desk, that would be funny. SSD, though. People be like, SSD? No. Sound support, though. Sound support podcast. SSP. Because that's still the same letters. That's cool. Okay, well, thanks for coming in and saying hello, Titus. Really awesome to see you. I hope that you're able to catch some rest and play, catch up on some rest, because I know what it's like having a newborn times 3. And I tell you, you have a very cute little one. Awesome. And I know you're having such a blast, because being a parent is an amazing thing. And as long as you're able to get some sleep, that is the most amazing thing of all, because it keeps you fresh, it keeps you alert. And I tell you, you're at the point now when I think your little girl is finally, she's able to see your face and recognize, but is she at the point where she's laughing yet? As she sees you and she smiles when you get really close? Because she's still very newborn, but that's a really cool thing. And it's so amazing when you have that interaction, and you know that little bitty person, you have so much crazy stuff going on in your life. That little bitty person controls so much of it. It used to be you and your wife wanted to get away for a weekend. All you had to do is jump in a car and know that you had money in the bank, and you could, pack up a bag or 2 and you were gone. Maybe another one because of cameras and stuff. But now you have to take 30 bags, fill up your car because you have to have a crib, fill up your car full of diapers, fill it up with all kinds of clothing and whatever else, and just everything because you have a baby. So yeah, smiles definitely, because she's newborn. But that's awesome. And just when you're able to make faces and she'll just look at you with her eyes and just start laughing, that's going to be awesome. All right, so let's go through sorry, I got kind of excited because he has a newborn. That's exciting. Sorry to just say that on the stream, hey, Titus has a child now. It's a newborn. But I tell you, I'm excited too for you, man. It's so awesome. Okay, so far, the one that I like the most is sound support. And let's see where we are here. Sound solutions. Tales from the set definitely would be. I already have stories from set. So let's see. Okay, sound support. Sound support was the one that I think I liked. I think sound support. That might be the one that I go with. Sound support. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to hold on to that one, and if we need to change it, if we can beat sound support, if not, then that's what we're going to use. Farmtown USA podcast. Well, connecting sound. One bag for cameras, I wish. Sound connections, aka Alan knows audio or Alan knows sound. I don't necessarily want. I kind of like the idea of sound support, because Alan answers. I kind of almost ask Mr. Williams. That's what people called me when I was teaching martial arts professionally. They would say Mr. Williams. And when I was a professional photographer in charge of my team, whenever I had my entire team, I was the only person in the company or in my district that had a team of all lady photographers. And so we had to come up with team names. I jokingly threw out Allen's Angels. They loved it. My manager didn't like it. He's like, "No, what happens if we hire a guy?" And I said, "We just won't hire a guy." He's like, "No, we're if we need to hire, you can't use that name. It's got to be something, Anyway, we ignored him, and anytime I'd log into the conference call, I would always say, "Hello, Angels." He'd say, "Hello, Alan." You'd hear him, although all breaking out over the call. It was really funny. We did that a few times. You've reached sound support. Now let's get operational. Let's get you operational. A couple of friends and I were going to do a podcast called Car Rigs. That would not work for me. I do like sound support though, because like I said, I could just change like the red and blue. I mean, geez, for that matter, I could flip the whole thing upside down and it would still be SS. If it's blue on top, then it's the podcast. If it's red on top, then it's our regular episodes. My core group of people would understand. I kind of like the idea of maybe mixing up the color scheme, though. I don't want to take the red and put the lighter red up on top and the darker red at the bottom, and then the lighter blue on top and then the darker blue at the bottom. I like the idea of almost changing that to greens. Adding a green. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Or maybe make the thing monochrome. Because then it would still technically be, actually, if it's the same thing, I can make it whatever color scheme I want. It would still fall within my trademark. Because I did not do color as a condition for the trademark. So as long as the logo is the logo as you see it, I can colorize it however I want to, legally, and still trademark it. As you notice, I don't put the little circle R on there. I don't do that. But I'll tell you this, if you're buying one of my cables or you're buying one of the 150 ohm dummies, I will send you a sticker too. And you will see the actual trademarked a little circle R next to the SoundSpeeds logo. That's, I think, the only place I've used it so far. I think I might have thrown it in one video when it first got it trademarked. Just to do. I think I threw it on there. I don't know. But anyway, so sound support. That's cool. So that's the thing to be. Now, let's talk about ZipFizz here for a second. If you want to throw out more names, by all means. Now, ZipFizz, my amazing, let's just knock the microphone. My amazing ZipFizz, which I absolutely love this stuff. Oh, geez. You can tell that I'm not one of these ultra... I am me. I am by no means trying to be something I'm not. When I was single, before I met my wife, I had the weirdest dating profiles you could ever imagine. The reason I set those up is because my friend, Jason, who was like an Iron Man, like you're talking about this guy, he was a model. His name was Jason. He was like really, really fit. Ladies fell all over him. He was Asian, just extremely smart accountant, as I'm sure you can imagine, successful. And so he and I met and we hung out. And like me, he doesn't drink at all. And so we would go out and hang out together. And since I was single and he was single, it was kind of one of those funny things. We got to out to clubs, and he would almost always at a club meet a new lady friend. And so he set up a profile. At the time, it was Yahoo Profiles. Maybe it was Yahoo Personals. I think it was Yahoo Profiles. He set up a profile just to make connections, to meet new people, to expand his potential for who he could date. But one of the things he always had a problem with was committing to one girl. So he would always line up one, so that way if something happened to his current girlfriend, which would only last about 2 or 3 weeks, he always had a backup plan. So as soon as he would break up with his girlfriend, he would then go full throttle on the other one. Then he would say, oh, they don't last. They don't stay interested very long. So then he would have his next one lined up. I'm like, dude, the reason why they're not lasting and they're not working out is because you're not treating them right. You need to be more serious about one. Treat her like she's, important. Treat her like she's special. Treat her like she deserves to be treated. You can't just line up another girl on the side. Anyway, he was like, no, man, because they won't last. I'm like, if they don't last, they're not the one, but just at least give them, the respect that they deserve of being having your attention. You don't need to line up another one. You know that if something happens, you'll find another one real quickly. You don't have to have constant rebounds. Anyway, the reason I'm mentioning Jason is because he kept telling me, Alan, you should put up a personal. You should. And I'm like, I have no interest in getting involved in some dating site. He says, that's not why I did it. You can tick what you're interested in and if you're interested in dating or if you're not interested in dating, if you're interested in meeting new people, if you're interested in whatever. And there were various different categories. So it's like, no. So I ignored him for a good year. And then I finally was like, all right, fine. I'll set it up. Now, my style of personal is very different because I'm not one of these guys that flexes. Of course, I'm not one of these like 2% body fat surfer dudes with, driving a Lexus. I'm not one of those guys either. I don't care about being superficial and stuff like that. I'm very much me. The person you see is the person you get. And so I realized very quickly that if you're a guy trying to be up on a personal type site, you are not going to be contacted by anybody, basically, any female. Now, if you're a female, on the other hand, you will be contacted by every single guy on the thing. Now, so what I did is I realized that as a guy, the only people that would write to me were these girls that wanted me to basically look at their website. You can imagine what kind of website. So the way it basically ended up being is that I would get a message and it was like, oh, cool. I realize that you and I share the same kind of things. We should maybe hang out sometime or something like that. I'm like, kind of interesting. And it was written in a very unique and I later learned generic way where basically they would go through my profile, pick a couple of interests and said, oh, and we share some of the same common interest. You cannot say I'm a catfish though. You can't say I'm a catfish because I am who I am. I should tell you a catfish story. I told it in the Sound Speeds podcast as a story. It was very funny, but I tell you, anyway, so I would try really, really hard to not really put myself out there, as someone that seemed desperate. I was like, I will meet the right person when I meet the right person. At the same time, I was also kind of hung up on my previous girlfriend because the details on that was pretty bad, how we ended up splitting up. It messed me up for a while. But anyway, so hanging out with Jason, it ended up being where I put up this personal, and then I like I said, I don't want to be the kind of guy that just says, let me tell you all the wonderful things I've done in my life, because and so what I did is I said, in my profile is I changed the subject to be something really weird. And so that way, if you actually were like, what? And you looked at it, you would see my profile was basically like, okay, if you want to know what kind of guy I am, I'm not going to go and bother to tell you all the wonderful things I've done in my life, half the things you wouldn't believe anyway. And so I'm not going to do that. What I will tell you is that the kind of guy that I am right now is the same kind of guy I'm going to be in 50 years. I prefer my toilet paper to go over rather than under. I'd like to, and I just started going into a whole bunch of preferences. I said, now that doesn't mean that if you don't like these preferences, you are completely out and I don't want to hang out with you or whatever. I said, this is who I am. And you see, and I said, and by the way, and my last sentence was, if you want to write me, I would, I'd love to hear from you. However, I will tell you this. If you do not write the name of your favorite 80s movie in the subject title, I will not read your email, because I don't want to look at another email from another girl that just wants me to go to her website. So that said, there you go. I basically ended it by saying, something along that nature. And that was one of those things that repelled every type of girl except the kind of girl that would be interesting. Now, I did receive a couple of messages from people saying, that's really creative and really funny. One of them was my wife. We met online. But the reason why I'm mentioning that is what was kind of cool is Yahoo Personals was being, because I eventually did make a personal after I met another girl who turned out to be wonderful in many ways, but then we ended up not working out for the longest time, not working out for the long run. But I ended up making a personal, and I'll tell you this. Yahoo Personals was being bought. I can't remember by who. And they said if you that it's becoming a subscription-based thing you pay for as of this particular date. And it was like December 1st, which was my birthday. I said, do I really want to renew this? Because I was like tired of it. And I basically at this point got the profile that I was interested in, but it would only throw you to the top of the searches if you made a change to your profile. So I had one sentence that if I changed, I had two sentences in there that if I changed the period between the two sentences to a semicolon and then capitalized the first next sentence, it still made sense. Or, and then another day or two later, I would, if I wanted to be back in the top searches again, I would change the capital to a lowercase and I would, put the period in there, or I would change it back to a semicolon or whatever I was doing. And I changed it accordingly. So that's all I was doing is capitalizing one letter and changing a period to a semicolon or back to back. The very last time I had gotten to the point where I was like, this thing is not working and whatever. So I got to the point where I was just about to delete. And I was like, you know what? It's going to be bought anyway. So I clicked delete, and then it says, are you sure you want to delete this profile? And I hovered right over the yes for a long time. And I sat there and I looked at it. And it was probably a good 10 minutes. And I said, this is my last time to renew it anyway. Forget it. Whatever. I clicked no. I went back, made my changes. The same one I did, the capitalization and the punctuation. And then I hit resubmit and I said, that's the last time. The next day is when my wife emailed me. So you want to talk about weird things that will happen in life? That's one of those weird things that's like, whoa. So anyway, my catfish story. Let me tell you that one. I told it in the Sound Speeds podcast as part of story time. I had put this personal up there to meet people, and this is one of the reasons why I actually formed an actual personal, because one of the people that was kind of interested in hanging out at one point wrote me, and her picture was like a thumbnail size. It was a real small thing. And I looked at her, I'm like, you don't see much detail at all. It's like, very small. And I didn't really understand. And so I was talking, and so I was going back and forth, and it was like, I was teaching martial arts at the time, and I was like, okay, well, I'm a martial arts instructor. I like martial arts. I'm into, I like 80s music. I like, and I was like, I love movies. I love, making videos. I love, climbing into really cool places and shooting camera footage and, recording stuff. And I was going over all this stuff. And I got a message from a girl. And I said, huh. She's like, I'm totally into this, and I love this, and I love this. I'm like, really? And she actually put the 80s, her favorite 80s movie in there. And I was like, well, Breakfast Club is all right. That's a good choice. That's cool. And I talked to her on the phone, and she was fine. And we kind of went back and forth a little bit. And I was like, she's actually pretty cool. This is pretty neat. All right, well, let's, and after we talked a few times, I was like, well, would you be up for maybe meeting up for dinner and a movie, or just a movie or something? She's like, yeah, sure. And so we went to meet at a movie theater. And what's very interesting is that when I said, okay, so I will be there at this time. It was going to be Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And I said, I will be there at this particular time, and I'll be dressed like this. And I was there early. And okay, I was about to say the stream looked like it died there for a second. So I saw a car drive up, and out I would say walks, but that would be very strong. There was this woman that got out. Like I said, I couldn't see very much detail from her picture at all, but she looked to probably be 500 pounds. Very close to it. She got out, she wobbled, she was having a hard time walking. I was like, this can't be her. Because there's no way in the world you're going to be into mountain climbing, martial arts, train, and having all these same interests, and a lot of them were physical at the time. I was like, you can't be if you're barely walking and you're wobbling back and forth. And so she showed up. Lucas, thank you so much. Hopefully your story was appreciated. Anyway, great having you. Thanks for coming in. So I was like, there's no way this is going to be her. And she walked right up to me with a big smile on her face. And I was like, wow. And I was very nice. I was extremely nice. We walked inside. I said, you want a snack? And we were the only people in Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Now, she literally had to stuff herself into the seat next to me. And then I did notice that after a while, you know how you can lift up the seats and the little the arm rail between two seats? And, you know, she ended up doing that after the movie started to give herself some breathing room, but she crammed herself in there into the first one. Now, I will also say, now, if her personality was spot on, I would have at least been respectful and time of day. But this girl did not sound like she did on the phone. She understood my entire conversation. But another thing that was very interesting is that she had this constant laugh. And on the phone, it was never there. And it was one of the most annoying laughs I could ever, just constant. And it was almost like, what is that? And it wasn't there when we were talking on the phone, and I was making her laugh on the phone. But in person, she was like ridiculous. And the reason why I'm saying this, not to sound shallow, and I'm sure it probably does, but she wasn't anything like she was on the phone. She wasn't anything like she was in the profile when we emailed back and forth. She wasn't anything like that. And so I was seriously, you know, we didn't really have the term catfish back then, but I was very puzzled as to how she could know everything. So I started asking her questions just because I was curious as to if she would actually, if she was there on the call with me, and she was answering the questions. And I was like, hey, do you remember when we talked? Do you remember what I said? Yeah, and I would say, you remember what I said I did? And she would tell me. I'm like, you're right. And then I would say something else. I was like, there's no way she'd remember this, but she did. It's almost like she was studying it. So after a while, I was like, she's got to have been there listening or something, but she did not sound the same way when she talked, did not sound the way at all. And so it's like, I tell you, so weird. And as soon as we were done with the movie, it's like, this just did not seem real. This did not seem like it was accurate. Like this was really a real thing. Like how could this have been the same person? Because she didn't talk, nothing seemed right. And then when I got her back on the phone, it was as if she wrangled it back in. Have you ever seen that movie, How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days? It was almost that way. It was like on the phone, she was cool, calm, and collected. In person, it's like a giddy, I'm like, what is this? And I still have no idea to this day. But I was a little kind of freaked out by it, because I was like, now that I know the term, catfish is definitely the term for that, because she was nothing like she was on the phone ever. And I was very nice, but I did not want to see again and hang out together. She did eventually send me a picture, and it was a full picture. And I ran across the picture like 2 or 3 years ago, because I had told my wife this story, and she's like, oh, she couldn't have been that big. And I found the picture, and I was like, I forgot she sent me a picture. And I showed her, and I said, do you know who this is? And she's looked at her, and she's like, no, I have no idea. I said, you remember the girl, Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas? And she's like, that's her. I'm like, I forgot she sent me a picture. She's like, oh my gosh, you were right. And I said, yeah, and she was nothing like her personality on the phone either. That was the person that I was interested in hanging out with, talking about walking and,
exploring and biking and stuff like that. It's like so crazy. Anyway, so, all right. Okay, so I will get into the zip files here in a second. I'm going to hold it up that way I remember. SoundSpeed's Ask SoundSpeed's now with the Williams. Okay, we're kind of almost on the sound support for right now. So depth sounding. That's creative. Depth sounding. If I recorded a lot of stuff with a hydrophone, which, by the way, there's a hydrophone I want, and I have some really cool things. I'm going to tell you guys something that I wanted to do back in 2018. Back in 2018, when I first started SoundSpeeds in 2017, I was partially inspired by Matt Price, who does the Sound Rolling channel, YouTube channel, and he no longer really does it. But I tell you, there was something that I really wanted to do, and I thought it'd be a lot of fun. And that would be to take 2 weeks in the summer of 2018 and travel America, meet people, go to sound vendors, do some cool sound recordings, go to the Orfield Labs anechoic chamber with a -9 decibel noise floor, to go and do some, in Virginia, they have a place that you can drop a hydrophone down and you can hear whales. I wanted to do some really cool stuff, and I wanted to have somebody travel with me and then kind of record the footage on a daily basis and then upload it. And I said, Matt, it would be awesome to do this. But then 2018 hit, and I didn't have work for a while. It was a very rough year for me. I mean, kind of like this year. But I had a few people that were putting me to work with commercials and, day playing and stuff like that. So at least it was paying, the bills, but barely. This year has been crazy. This year has been so bad. It's like go from really great, nonstop work and stuff like that to suddenly unemployed and non-essential. You would think that with people at home watching television and movies so much from home, you would think that television people would be essential. No. Movie people be essential? No, not at all. So I'm at home wanting to work, but unable to because I'm waiting for the industry to restart. Okay, let's do some more of these, get through some more questions here. All right. Oh, I know people who pulled that kind of thing off. LOL, instructions embedded. I don't know what that is referring to. Sorry, Midori. If you're still here, Midori, tell me what you mean by that comment. I will read it. Sorry. Jaya4909. Hello, Jaya. I didn't realize you were here. So you got to hear the catfish story. Jaya, it is great to see you in here. It's amazing that you're here, actually. 12:20 a.m. It's not weird. It's what happens in life. Yeah. Well, sorry I have to go. I have to sleep. It's 1 a.m. here. I've enjoyed the awesome stories as always. Thank you for the wonderful and professional content. Okay. It's not what I came for, but I enjoy saying. Okay, cool. Well, how many times are you going to retell the story of our first meeting? You always bring up how much you hate my laugh. So cruel. Funny. Yes. If you went to the website I sent you before you came to meet me, you would have seen my picture. Okay, I was talking about embedded instructions in your dating profile. Oh, yes. Yeah. I know people who pull off that kind of thing. LLM instructions embedded. Yeah, and it's and Liberty, what he's referring to is he was David, what he's referring to is he was joking about being the person that catfished me. That's what he was saying. Rob, thank you so much. Every live stream needs a coffee fund. Here's my contribution. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, man. It's awesome. Now, if you're looking at the thing on the screen and wondering what in the world this is, well, after my released video about 19 hours ago, I have received 3 people asking, saying, geez, it'd be great if somebody sold those 150 ohm XLR dummies. Well, if you happen to want one of those, made by yours truly, the same way as it is pictured there and it was pictured in my video, I will make you one and send it to you. So no additional shipping costs. That's all integrated in for $20. So I will make it. I will hand solder it for you, send you a SoundSpeed sticker, And it will be, if you are in the United States, it will be for $20. If you are out of the United States and you want one, shoot me an email anyway. I will work out international shipping. And I'll basically probably give you the international shipping at as lowest possible cost, basically at my cost, because I know international shipping is not going to be cheap. But if you want one, I will gladly make you one. Now, a lot of the times people have also asked me over the years about my XLR cables. And I've made XLR cables for 2 different YouTubers here that have, each one of them have much bigger channels. One of them has a silver play button, one of them doesn't. But they're much bigger channels. They've been around for longer than mine, and they both use my cables. My cables are, in my opinion, I've spent a long time making sure that they are very well polished, very well done. But they're very similar to a Mogami Gold. But a 6-foot Mogami Gold cable, if you look on Amazon, it is $70. I'm selling a 10-foot that I will hand make you my way for $50. And if you want it a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, tell me that in the email too. But I'm selling this for a limited time. Part of it is to give myself some extra funds. It's to give myself something to do in addition to making SoundSpeed stuff, because I tell you, it's one of those things where right now being non-essential and unemployed is driving me crazy. Not generating an income is driving my wife crazy. And so if it gives me something to do that could bring in just a few bucks or something like that, I will do, just because it helps people out and because it gives me something to do. So it's a mutual win-win. So that's the reason why I'm doing this right now. People have been asking me about the cables and wanting to, what do I do that's so amazing? Well, try it. One person that I made a cable for recently, he went nuts with the thing, trying to not break it, but he tried to get interference in it, and he said it held up very well. He says he wasn't able to run it over anything that made it interfere with it. That's not to say that if you run the thing through a microwave oven and you hit power, it's going to make the thing buzz. But I tell you, it's something that, if you're trying really hard and being very unrealistic about it, you will cause a buzz. But if you run it through your power, you run it through, I watch my studio upgrade video part 2, and you'll see that I was terrible for 3 years on this channel, just about. And I ran my XLRs that I had made all over power strips and all over it. I just let a big thing all over the place. So if you're interested in either one of these cables, the cable or this is the zip viz, either a cable or an XLR dummy, shoot me an email at soundspeeds@yahoo.com. Oh, geez, that's my microphone. I was like, why does it sound so close? I'm not going to do this ASMR style. Okay, so that is going to be fizzing away. Here we go. I always squeeze just a little bit. And so that way you're going to see it doesn't look appealing at the bottom there. Got these bottles of water. Okay, so it's pushing out right now on the powder. Is pushing out a little bit on the side there. So, but yeah, if you're interested in XLR dummy, shoot me an email, soundspeeds@yahoo.com, and I will send you a message regarding payment. And if you're in the United States, shipping will be included for $20. So it's going to be a connector, an XLR, a Neutrik MXX connector. Letting out some of the air. And it's going to be the 150 ohm resistor. I'll send you a SoundSpeed sticker also, and everything will be amazing. Okay. There we go. So it's still fizzing around a little bit. I'm going to set it to the side for a second. Typically, when you do a zip fizz, you're supposed to fill it all the way up and make the flavor of the entire thing. Well, I'll tell you, I've had just the tiniest little bit of water in there, put a zip fizz in there, and let it hyper concentrate itself similar to this, but I personally like it very, very strong. So that's what I'm going to do right now. All right, so Brennan McCoy, I feel your pain, brother. I hope the industry can get back to normal sooner rather than later. If I had the funds, I'd totally buy your cable, sir. No, that's fine. That's fine. like I said, it's a mutual win-win. If somebody needs a cable because they've heard buzz, they are running it through stuff or whatever, and you want a cable, that's fine. If not, like I said, I'm not going to be making a whole lot of money on it by the time I'm completely... Oh, you said I have not used the boom swinger anyway. I was like, I have not. I thought you were saying I have not received the boom swinger. I was like, oh no. I was like, I know I sent them all out. I sent them all out real fast. And I was like, if you hadn't received it yet, I was like, wait a second. Because when the boom swinger video came out, the boom buddy and the boom swinger, when that video came out, I had bought a stock of them that I was selling it locally to people in the classes that I teach. And I had excess. So I said, I actually put into my video a part where I could remove it later, but I was going to offer to SoundSpeed's viewers to buy it at cost. And that's including the cost of shipping. And he was one of the people that that bought it. So when I saw that, I was like, oh no, tell me you didn't, you actually did receive it, because I sent them all out. And so Joseph, I'm sure you got a sticker too. So, all right. You may be able to pick up some work at a broadcast facility. Repairs, not as creative or fun as audio, but it pays. I've been doing lots of maintenance. Yeah. Another thing I've thought about doing is to potentially take some of my classes on the road. If there's an interest. Do a lecture or two in a couple of cities. Thinking about it. Ken Strain's been doing that. He's been sponsored by K-Tech. But I'm thinking about it. Thinking about, what some possibilities are going on the road and teaching and seeing what I could potentially do. We'll see. I'm thinking about it. I may job you in the fall. Is that may have a job for me in the fall? I'm hoping to get back into TV. We'll see what happens. So we will see. But geez, I'll take a lot of stuff right now. I need some coffee. About to have a Zip Fizz. So yeah, my eyes are starting to get kind of droopy or whatever. You're about to see them light back up again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Greg. You may be able to pick up some work at a broadcast facility. I've already done that one. I have a 10-foot XLR from my mic to the DBX286S, then a 2-foot cable that comes with a preamp. You got a cable with your DBX286S, or you got it with your interface? Now, I am using a cable to go from my DBX286S into my MixPre 6. It's a short, 2-footer also. It was... I could make them better than this, but I said, you know what, I'm going to buy this, and if it doesn't work out, then I'll shoot it out. But it ended up working just fine. So, Joseph, I've actually taught stuff like that. I taught something at Notre Dame school in L.A. from Atlanta. I guess it wasn't technically teaching. It was part of a panel that was teaching. It was teaching the students, but it was part of a panel. But I've gone and talked to schools and stuff like that. And I am certainly, I've gone and spoken to colleges and high schools and stuff like that. So yeah, if there's a group that can use some instruction, I'm all for it. I'm actually helping a friend with something he's doing for SCAD. Okay, so this is some Zip Fizz action. Normally, I would take the powder straight, but yeah. Grape is usually the flavor that I'll just pour some on my tongue because I like the flavor of it straight. I usually like the flavor straight. I have a lot of videos where I'll take people and record them downing an entire Zip Fizz straight. And I'd usually do that. I like the flavor a lot, so I'll do it a little bit at a time. But I've also just taken a Zip Fizz and gone straight with it. Kind of like with the cinnamon challenge, though. If you've ever seen people that do that. Oh, that's right. Chandra's professor. That's right. I remember that. That's right. I remember now. Yeah, she's wonderful. I hope she's okay. She She did Black Lightning season 2. We did P Valley together, and she said she wasn't going back to Black Lightning. And then when I went to season 3, she wasn't there. And I was like, yeah, I didn't expect you to be. But yeah. But yeah, certainly. Would gladly help. And if you have students and you want me to even do like a guest speak or something like that on the weekend, or want to schedule something, by all means. I'm all about education, as you know. So anyway, so yeah, you're about to see me, perk up a bit because that ZipFizz is going to do its magic. Okay. Sound support, it looks like it's going to be probably the way that we're going to go. I should almost look up the trademark and share it. Oh, no, I shouldn't. For a reason I'm not going to say out loud here. But SoundSpeed is trademarked. If you're interested, you can look it up. All right. Let's see. I shouldn't have done the ZipFizz now because I've now been streaming for 2.5 hours, and I could call it because we've accomplished some goals. We have named the podcast. I have these XLR dummies up there, so if you're interested, you can get one. The cables, if you're interested in me making you some cables, those are there too. And instruction too. And if you want to hear me hit microphones, shouldn't have done that too. Just pop the thing. What sound guy goes and pops a microphone? I'm a lunatic, I tell you. But you know what? These NT1s. Whoa. This is not a cable I made. I wonder is it the cable? Or is it the NT1? It's not that. What is it? Oh. There is. I'm going to have to take this apart. There's something loose on the inside of the NT1. It's not the cable. It's because I'm touching up there. But you can see it's not to do with the cable. I'm going to have to take this apart. I will do that. What sound guy? This sound guy. You can also tell now that I've been taking apart the NT1 video. Sound support, yeah. I should answer my own questions. I'm going to take this apart though as soon as we're done. If I did it now, we'd have no sound. I guess I could take it apart live, but I don't have a setup right now for looking at my desk, and there's a bunch of random things. Actually, there's 4 things on this desk that have to do with the video that I'm going to start shooting probably tomorrow for a week from today, or minus a few hours. So it's going to be next Monday's released. But it has things on this desk. Yep, I'm not going to reveal what they are though, because that would not be a good thing. And it looks like the stream dropped for a second. I guess that means because my internet usually has issues between about 10 a.m. and 3. So we will see what happened. I want to know what's wrong with this NT1 now. I always have had the opinion that if I get a microphone from the manufacturer for free, do not do the warranty. Do not fill out the warranty card and stuff. Now, Rode is great. It has an industry-leading 10-year warranty if you register online. Now it makes me wish I kind of had done that, because I don't think this is going to be a big deal. I should be able to easily fix this thing, and I'll do it as soon as we're off the stream. In the meantime, I'm not going to touch it. Look at me. I'm like a kid. I say I'm not going to touch it, and then the first thing that happens is my finger comes up, and I'm just like going to start messing with it. I should not do that. Okay. All right. So I'm looking at this chat window here. We've accomplished a lot of things on the stream. Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody here want to hear any stories? Anything? I could start closing some of these windows. Some of these that have to do with my last video. Close. 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 What is this one? Why in the world was I on this page? And okay. And then there we go. Hey, what do you know? I was able to close 5 windows. Awesome. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay. I would too, not gonna lie. Okay. They've got a repair done for me. They were great. Yeah, no question. Rode actually, I tell you, there's a lot of people, pros, that just, they don't have a lot good to say about Rode. And the reason probably is because you're not high priced. If you were to take a Rode microphone and you were to mask it, very much like what I've done on Mass Mics, and you put it out there and you put it up against another microphone, a lot of times people are not going to be able to hear a difference. They're not going to be able to hear a difference between a Rode and something else. And even in that they'll probably say, oh, it's because of YouTube. But I'll tell you this, the NT1 is a lot better than you would think it would be for the price. It actually holds up very well. But then so does, if you've seen my Mass Mics, I think it's episode 11, where I put the TLM 103 against the King B. I did that in my review of the King B. I showed how and you can look at my comments, people are like, oh yeah, 1 is better, 2 is better, 1 is better, 2 is better. And they both think that they're great. And people think they're both great. And they're like, oh, they're so close. Now you can get the King B for $130 and you can get the TLM 103 still for the same $1,300 it's always been. I'm heading out almost when I am, but I'll be looking forward to the final say on the name there. Thank you very much for joining in, Midori. Appreciate it. So far, it looks like sound support's our winner. If anybody else can come up with anybody else having any other thoughts, if not, sound support podcast will be what it is. And we will go live with that at some point in the future. Because of you, I bought the neat King B. I have to blame you, Alan. It's a great mic. You have the King B sitting in front of you too, Midori. Okay, I thought you were leaving. Yeah, I have mine over there, and I'll tell you, I like the King, but I use the Worker more. Because the King is great if you get it farther than about 15 inches away. For me, at least. I personally like flatter microphones. Now, you would say that must be why you're using the NT1. It's got a reputation for being extremely flat. But then also, you can change computer mics every now and then. Yeah, I do. I've had, you also bought a Worker as well. Awesome. Well, good. I'll tell you this. I had the T-Bone SC400 here for the longest time. I like the fact that it's very, very small. And I only switched it around after I heard the EIN video. Not the one that just dropped yesterday, but the one from about a month and a half ago or whenever it was that I did the one that was talking about EIN. I did that voiceover. I can't remember if I think that was no, it could have been the Q2U as a test. Jeez. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it again because I remember I did a voiceover. I'm going to have to look back at my video to see which video it was. Because if I look at my video names, which I'll bring up right now, then it will probably remind me of which video it was that I did the voiceover for. Maybe it was avoiding wet feet on set. The voiceover I did for that, I think, was probably it. Avoiding wet feet on set is probably the voiceover I used the SC400 because I changed out the microphone right after that. Excuse me. And I think the reason I did was because I had some surgery, surgery on some teeth earlier this year, and then my wife got coronavirus, and I was no longer able to go in to get an adjustment made after. They thought that I had TMJ, and it ended up going away fairly quickly. But by the time that the TMJ went away, I needed to have an adjustment done on the teeth. But my wife had, I had been exposed, so I wasn't able to go in. And then, so after that, they've been closed ever since. And hopefully they're reopened now. I need to call them. I just got a message yesterday, actually. It was on my drive back from Myrtle Beach. It said, would you like to confirm your appointment for July something? I need to look at that because, yes, I need to confirm the appointment. So anyway, let's look at this. All right. Bought a Worker as well. Good. I hope you use my affiliate links because I personally love them. And And I've been good about putting the links in a lot of different things. And yes, they are affiliate links, but you know what? You pay the same amount you pay. So either you can give the extra promotion, cost or whatever that they basically consider to be a coupon code. If you click on someone's affiliate links, that's basically what it does. Is it gives them, I think, a 3% commission or something like that for sending you there to Amazon. But they would pocket it otherwise. So that's one of the reasons why when I first started this YouTube channel, I said I'm not going to use affiliate links because I don't want to get into the whole, do I have an audience that thinks I'm only talking about something because I want to get a commission off of it? No, actually. When I first started this channel, I didn't use them at all. And then someone explained to me, they said, look, if someone clicks the link, they give you, it's a way somebody can give you $1 or $2 or something like that as a referral fee, but Amazon pays it out regardless. If you send them there to buy, to sell, to buy something, and not all my links are affiliate. They basically said that if you send them there, then they'll give you that commission. But if they go there on their own without an affiliate link, they're not going to pay it, and Amazon's going to basically pocket the money. So might as well go ahead and send somebody over there and let you pocket the money. I'm like, that's a very good way to put it. Might as well. And so Amazon makes it easy. I've been subscribed to this thing called Genius Links, which means that people from every country can click on one of my links and it will send you to the Amazon of your area that would serve you. And if it's a possibility that shows up in your thing, but I was affiliate in every country basically. And I think the only one I have anymore is Canada, because my sales were so bad in every other country that I lost my affiliate status with France and Germany and UK and every other country. It's so funny. Anyway, I don't care. If someone clicks the link now, it'll still route you to the same place. Whether I get, a pound or whatever for, or a euro or whatever it is for sending you for a microphone, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I would prefer to have somebody that gets a microphone because it suits them better, more so than to get $1 or get a pound out of it or something. Anyway, I have a Rod Pod mic right now. I was using a Sennheiser MD419. Is that the 19 capsule? I'm trying to remember. Right, that reminds me. Where's the CAD Equitech E100? Did it get replaced by the NT1? No, it didn't. It's right there. When I stand up here and I stand right against the desk and I do my presentation videos, that's where I am. If I stood up right now and I angled this upwards at me, you would see me standing up right there, and I would be talking into the vintage E100 right there. But when I sit down right here, it's on my goose arm, which you saw in my recent video. So it's right there. And you said Rode MD419? Oh, Rode Pod mic. Gotcha. I should have known that. I was like, Rod Pod mic. What is that? Because I also know that there's a somebody sent me something about some sort of a thing. It's not a pod mic, it's something else, but I think it's a headset or something. And I was like, I don't know what that is. It's a predecessor to the 421. So it must be, I guess, part of their Sennheiser MD. It's probably part of that consumer line. Hold on one second. Sennheiser MD 419. Oh. I know the one you're talking about. Yes. Isn't there a gold model of this microphone too? Hold on one second. Gold. Let me look up the gold version. Is there a gold? No, I thought it was. Maybe there is a gold. Is there? Because I'm going to have to look this thing up now. Yeah. There was a limited edition. No, it wasn't the 419. On American Soul season 1 and season 2, I rented a microphone to the show. It was the one that Don Cornelius used, the AKG D120E or E120D. D120E. It's in my video. I don't have the preamps. I talk about it and I bring the thing up and I bring it all the way up. And no, 441 didn't come in gold. I was contacted, and now I should look it up because the prop master asked me if I had the microphone. I'm going to look through my text messages because she asked me if I had this one because in the TV show American Soul, when Elton John went to Soul Train, he ended up using this one vintage microphone that was a gold style. And I looked it up and it was like, oh, look, that's kind of cool. And so I asked her, I said, if I bought it, would you rent it? And she's like, well, I'm not going to do that. She said, sure, I would. But it's like, it was selling, I think at the time for like $300. And she was only going to rent it for about, a week. So she said, I don't want to make you buy that just to rent it from you and only pay you like $70 for a week. So she says, I'll just buy it. I'll just rent it from the place in LA. But I was like, look, I'll buy it because it's a microphone and it looks cool. There it is. Sennheiser MD421 Script Logo Gold Edition. That's what it is. I was talking to the prop master or the system prop master. Sennheiser MD421 Script Logo Gold Edition. And I found one. Yeah, so there you go. It wasn't the 441 that came in gold. It was the Script Edition MD421 Script Gold Edition. That's what it was. Okay. So there you go. Alrighty. Even with the high pass switched on, my NTG4 Plus still seems muddy. How can I get it brighter? Placement addressing very frustrating. Full-time voiceover guy. Okay. Dave, I hate to tell you this, man. Did you watch my video on the NTG5 where I compared it to the NTG4 Plus and the NTG3? If not, homework for you. NTG5, you compare the NTG4 Plus and the NTG3 in this video. Right there. NTG4 Plus isn't as good. Now, I'll tell you, as sad as it is, the reason why that microphone is popular, just like the NTG2, the NTG2 has a place that has a built-in battery, so you can self-power it for Phantom. NTG4 Plus has a place, as you know, that you can plug in a micro SD or micro USB to charge up the internal battery. That is the main purpose behind it. It does have a couple of switches on there that allows you to turn it into, I forgot what the switches do. I only used the microphone for that video that I just posted, and I wasn't that impressed with it. Rode NTG4 Plus. And here it is. Let me bring it up, and I'll look at this. What are the switches? Switch a high frequency boost. I remember it just not having the detail. And that's, I think, the big thing right there is it just does not have the detail that you would expect it to. All right, Jaya, thank you very much for tuning in. Great seeing you. ZipFizz, yes. Wonder if you're lagging. Great to see you in live stream. I'm going to bed. Enjoy the catfish story. So she was paying attention. So, yeah. And that's one of those things you can't tell from the specifications. This is why one of the big things that I'm an advocate for is there to be a unification of all specifications. Every single microphone manufacturer can test microphones in a different way. Sensitivity can be listed in different ways. Yes, technically they're measured at a distance of 1 meter away for most things, but there's a lot of factors. Just like if you watch my video from just 24 hours ago, or almost 24 hours ago, with measuring EIN, there's a lot of factors that can change. And if you're talking about this one can, if it fluctuates by, if it's not exactly 150 ohm resistor, if it's 150.1 or 149.2 or something like that, it'll be close enough. But still, you take that and then you take your preamp that doesn't go up to 60 decibels. Instead, it goes up to 60.2, and then you put on top of it a resistor, and all of a sudden, all these little bitty factors start adding up. And then maybe your analog to digital converter is not as clean as you thought it was. Maybe your tone generator isn't quite as good as you thought it was going to be. Maybe whatever. If all the little factors aren't accurate, you do your testing and it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit outside or in your studio for whatever reason. If it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit, it's below freezing. But if that was the case, then what you're running into is a lot of different factors that are going to affect your measurements. Same thing when you record your testing because you're doing your specifications. A lot of factors can go into that, like a frequency response. If you're going to do a 1/5 smoothing, 1/5 octave smoothing, then it's gonna be totally different than if you add a 1/6 octave smoothing, and if you don't smooth it at all. And then if you're talking about specifications, there isn't one for detail. You can have 2 identical microphones in every single specification, but they sound totally different. And the reason why is because one is detailed and one of them is garbage. And it is the difference between, if I were to say, okay, this is a stretch. This is a complete stretch because this is going to affect the frequency response. But if I were to say this microphone right here, NT1, at a distance of 1 meter away, it is going to be flat. Now it's closer to me than that where it's tested. And because it's only 4 or so inches away, it is actually going to be a lot more proximity effect. So it is no longer flat, it's closer. Now, if I were to speak into this thing at 1 meter away, and then everything, all things considered, take it as, whatever. If the microphone is that far away, it's not going to sound the exact same. The detail is going to be different. Now, if I were to take this and add, and I'm just going to, if the detail of this microphone wasn't where it was because the capsule wasn't that good, it would have it could sound a little bit more different. It could sound more muffled. Now, this is me actually covering up the highs because those can no longer reach the microphone, but it could lack detail in a very similar fashion. It would be more like, actually, let me create a real scenario that's more accurate. It would be more like, let me see if I can bounce off my phone. Oops. So, no, that's not even working because it's playing off of it too much. It does brighten up though, if you notice. Like if I go off axis, let me see if I can do this. All right. And now this is the NT1 that I'm having issues with. Now, something happened to this thing. All right, sorry guys. All right, I'm going to turn it away from myself for a second. So now, if I were to speak into the back part of this, it sounds muffled. But now, if I'm using it to bounce off of my phone now, so I'm bouncing the pattern off of this, and if you notice, the detail is a little bit lower than it would be. It's still very bright. It's still right there because the NT1. But what it is, let me angle this a little bit, and you're hearing it kind of bounce around ever so slightly. But if you talk against a wall, for example, it is bouncing off of it and it's diffusing my voice a little bit. Now, if this was a full wall size, right now it's more directional, and it's bouncing off of it. That's why it's not losing as much detail. But if I speak over here, it definitely sounds it sounds better. So that might be, I mean, if I speak off of it right here, I'm speaking along the phone and side addressing the microphone otherwise, but you can kind of dial it in by balancing the sound. Kind of interesting. Okay. Let me turn this thing back. NT1, you will be taken apart very soon because I don't know what's going on, but it's not my cable. Got that? Okay. Comatose overdose. Hello. How's it going? All right. So yeah, details. Am I doing to dropping the coin on a 416 using audience preamps with an NTG4 Plus? Other shotgun options you like? I tell ya. It says NT1 is a good mic. It is a very good mic. These 2 pop filters with it. Why? NT1 does seem fragile mic compared to my Neat King B. Yeah. The King B is a very rugged mic. It's also heavy. Solid state. It's very heavy. But I tell you, I don't know what's up with this particular NT1. It only just started that. And this cable, I know isn't the issue. It's... Let's see. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll take this thing apart after the stream. So let's see. Dave, I hate to say it to you, you're probably going to have to buy something. Because NTG4 Plus is not as detailed as what you're wanting it to be. And that's the God's honest truth of it. I wish I had better news for you, but it's just not as detailed as you're going to need it to be if you're a voiceover artist. Now, if you're talking about sound and the quality of it that you could get away with in a vocal booth, what you want is a very detailed microphone. And I'll tell you one that is a flat microphone and it sounds really good if you're using it in a controlled booth. The DADS Mic 2. It is extremely detailed, especially for the price point. So that microphone, I think if you watch my review of that one, the S Mic 2, I've actually compared it to quite a few things in my video of the S Mic 2. I'll link that video here. It was a lot of fun to do. Okay, here it is. And this video is also the reason why my wife blames me for the clothes dryer not working as well anymore. Yes, Rode is very good with repairs. Lewis are good for the price too. Yes, they are. Joseph, you're exactly right. But if you watch that video, you'll see how rugged the deity is. You're going to hear me do a lot of tests inside of my controlled environment, which was my old environment, not as good as my new environment, which is a lot more like a sound booth. It is more like a sound stage, like the kind of acoustic panels. This one is supposed to be like. This isn't a sound booth. It's never been a sound booth. But it's supposed to look like a sound stage because I'm a film guy. So just like a sound stage. You go to Pinewood, it looks like this on the wall. You go to Blackhall Studios, it looks like this on the wall. You go to Warner Brothers, it looks like this on the wall, except it's white. And most of these studios. So yes, I do sound for movies. Comatose Overdose. So if you've never been... yes, Mike did do a comparison of the DD. He actually liked it. He showed how you could EQ the DDS Mic 2 to sound like a 416. And that to a certain degree is accurate, but there still is that MKH 416 sound. The MKH line of Sennheiser microphones has a sound to it. It's a very unique sound that you can only get from an MKH series Sennheiser. Part of it's proximity effect. Part of it is the larger diaphragm that you don't really run into on the 416 as much. But it is an MKH sound. They all sound very, very similar, and it's a very good sound. And but if you want a detailed microphone, it's pretty awesome. Now another thing, Joseph, that I will point out is that. And I've told Mike this to his face so many times. I've said the biggest issue I have with his channel is that every microphone sounds good on mic. because he has such a deep, rich, just his voice is so awesome. So he can make, a $1 garbage Amazon mic sound good. And so I've said that is I've told him even, I've said, Mike, that's one of those things that I can't make my voice sound on a microphone as good as you do. His voice is just amazing on pretty much everything. So I've said, so excuse the results. If I get a microphone, if I get my voice on, I'm like, wow, I don't sound like Mike does. So it's one of those things where I sound more nasally. I have to sound higher pitch. It's, how it is. It's, we all bring our own vocal instruments to whatever we put a microphone on, and Mike sounds great on just about everything. So there you go. But I would say that if you're looking for a very detailed microphone, one that's not going to break the bank, check out my review of the DDS Mic 2. And if you do buy from Amazon, please use the affiliate link. If you don't buy from Amazon, you want to buy from someplace else, by all means. Just if you do buy from Amazon, please consider the link. Blah, blah, blah. All right. It's hard to tell with this voice, yes. What is my favorite shotgun microphone? Well, I was trying to think if there's anything better than my favorite microphone, but there's not. DPA 4017B. That is my favorite microphone. It happens to be a short shotgun microphone. I love that microphone. It is so detailed. It is modular. It's flat. When you buy a DPA microphone, they connect it up. They measure the specifications. They measure the frequency response. They actually manually draw out the frequency response. And on the chart, it has a little area of lighter coloration. And if the line for it, for the actual microphone that you're buying, fits within that line entirely, then it is within plus or minus 2 dB, and it will show up perfect. It would look great. Now, that microphone is like $1,700, $1,800, something like that. It is a pricey microphone, but it is so good sounding. It is extremely crisp. It's very detailed. It's got wonderful rejection. And so if you do any kind of exterior stuff, and it just sounds so good. I love the microphone. The DPA 4017B is wonderful. And I tell you, it's so bad how I treat this poor microphone, because it's my favorite microphone. And so I don't use it. It's because I don't want anything to happen to it. I use it in classes I teach. I use it in some videos. And when I use it, it's like, oh, I love this thing. It sounds so beautiful. However, I will say this. I have a video of a product used for boom operators that I have coming up in a future video, if I can ever get the thing done. I shot footage for it back in December. And I've had the product since February of 2018. I owe a review on this product, and it's a wonderful product, and I use the DPA 4017B in that. It's DPA 4017B. That's the spelling. It's DPA, Danish Professional Audio. I'll just look it up. DPA 4017B. It is right here. I will post a link. Here it is. So there it goes. It's a beautiful thing. I love that microphone. So let me go back here to some of these questions. All right. So Neat stopped releasing mics, or I'll stop releasing mics, or I'll buy them all. Or do I keep you from it? Or do I can't keep you from it? Or do or do I can't? I got you. I'm not paying attention, I guess, correctly. But yes, they only have 2 XLR microphones to this day right now. As of now, it's the King and the Worker. Now, I have emailed them about a month or 2 ago, and I said, I have an idea for a new microphone for you. And I said, you could take this microphone, add this, remove this, do it this way, and call it the Queen. Never heard back from them. But I tell you, I would love it. I mean, and now I might actually follow up with them and send them another email, because I think my take on it would be an amazing microphone, and there is certainly a place in the market for the particular microphone that I mentioned to them. I'm not going to give away what it is, just in case they decide that they're going to do it, and they're just keeping it away from me. But anyway, so let's see here. When using one Neutrik XLR EMC connector and a non-EMC one, would it make the most sense to use on the female connector so it could provide a ground to the microphone housing? Yes, it is as if you watch my videos. It's wonderful. You're exactly right, Daniel. If you put it on the female connector end, that is the only end I ever personally recommend connecting up and ground tying to the casing, the XLR shell. I don't ever put that on. No, it's not a shotgun microphone, American Liberty. So it is one of those things where I think that if you put it on the male end, I have an issue with that. Now, the Audio Engineering Society, the AES, it says, under most circumstances, don't ground tie either connector of your XLR. It doesn't recommend doing it to casing because it says, just pass the signal load straight through there. But then in some circumstances, they say you should. Personally, from my experience, I think you should ground tie the female end, but not the male, and here is why. On Microtech Cavell microphones, on Neumann microphones, on certain brands of microphones, especially the premium ones, they have a floating ground, which means the actual innards of the microphone are isolated from the housing. And sometimes you can catch radio frequencies and stuff that will affect the microphone, and it will work its way in to the actual electronics, and you'll hear a radio station. And actually, I talk about this in one of my videos. If you have not seen it, I will talk about, I talk about it in this video. Oops, wait a minute. There it is. So if you have not watched this video, you should. I'm about to post it because I talk about it in that video, and I demonstrate how you can have a floating and hear radio stations and stuff like that. But if you ground tie it, that means that the inside of the microphone and the casing of the microphone is now routed through the ground. That's why I recommend doing it of your recorder or whatever that can go into the XLR and back up to your microphone. So I don't recommend doing that. Personally, I think that once you get everything right at the microphone end, it should go through the cable and it should go straight through to everything. I don't personally think that you should take it the other way, and any of the RFI or EFI that would affect or EMI that would affect the microphone from the male end. I don't think that should be something that comes back in towards your microphone. Or even if technically it wouldn't, if you tie the male end to the XLR to the ground and to the shell, and it picks up any of that stuff, yes, it's going to drain, and then it's going to drain into your audio line, but it's also going to go backwards through that to your microphone, and I don't like that idea. Your signal flow should be from male to female, but you got to keep in mind that an XLR that does not go into your interface has not yet gone in and gone through your whole system just yet. So it is still copper that is potentially affected from a ground tie here, going into the copper, into the casing here, which could affect RFI, EMI, and then go back through. So I don't do that. I personally think that you should only ground tie the female end, which is the reason why on the cables I make, I use a Neutrik NC FXX EMC, a female EMC connector on the female end, and I use a regular MX NC3 MX cable on the male end. And the reason I do that is because I want it to have a ground tie on the female end, but not on the male. I spent a long time dialing in on that particular preference, and I'm very, very happy with it. So anyway, Neat said they are coming out with a Queen Bee shotgun mic. Wait a second. Are you kidding me? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. I wonder if that's why they ignored because they already were using the queen bee for something. I see nothing about a queen bee. Neat microphones, in quotes, queen bee. No. I think you're trolling. I think you're trolling, American Liberty. When do we get to see the queen bee? We imagine there'll be a queen bee sometime. Queen bee, be Mike. Yeah, I don't see anything from them official. Yeah, I don't see. I think you're trolling. I know American Liberty would not dare troll me. It was in Twitter. Okay, fine. Let's bring up Twitter. Because I would be so extremely thrilled. Neat. I follow Neat. Neat Mics. All right. Let me do a search then. Search at... All right, let's see. Neat Mics Queen. Oh, I hope that it's not made the same way as there are others that are like 5,000. It would weigh 5,000 times more than a regular. Still waiting for the queen. I don't see it, Liberty. I don't see a queen bee. Neat Mics. Let's see. Queen bee microphone. Nope, that's definitely not it. That is not a queen bee microphone. Yeah, I don't see it. I see some girl cosplaying as a bee. I see a whole bunch of things. But I do not see a queen bee from Neat Microphones. Okay. Type to delete post. I don't know. All right, so let's see. I said that back in December, Queen Bee is coming, and it's going to be a shotgun microphone. I think it's COVID has delayed the release. I'm going to email them. I will email them, and I will see if, because I'll tell them, I work in the film industry, man. I know what a shotgun microphone should do and how it should work and stuff. And I would be very extremely disappointed in them if they do not offer me a Queen Bee to test and to put through the paces. They sent me a worker. I already owned a King. I've owned a King for like almost 2 years longer, and I said I'd put both of them in. I actually said I'd put the worker against the King if they sent me a Beeline, and so which is their XLR, their premium XLR cable, and I like it too. It sounds good. It's very thick gauge. It's a quad cable. It's very nice. Let's see. Thanks for the information. Entertainment Sunday. I won't be able to watch. Are you ready for work in the morning? Take care. Thanks for coming by, Matthew. I'm sure you're already gone. Matthew for McKeever at Soundspeeds. When it comes to production for songs and albums, do you agree with the older albums from many years ago that sounded better as they are more dynamic and not made loud as hell, compressed to heck? Well, you're talking about a different era. Here's the thing. In the world of analog audio, when you mastered on an analog system, when you hit 0 dB, you had 24 more dB you could exceed before you're going to clip anything. And a lot of the times, they didn't push that 24 for the peak. They were usually pushing into the VU some. Maybe, depending on who it was, maybe 6 dB, maybe 10 dB, maybe more than that. But you still had a lot of headroom. And you had to push up into that positive because you wanted to give it a lot of oomph. In those days, it was a matter of having to have enough gain to sound good in your recording. If you undergained it, then you were going to have an issue with self noise, or you could. And so one of the things that they did is they pushed it up high, but yet you still had dynamic range. If you listen to it, and one of the reasons why that played in and really worked to the advantage is because if you pushed into those levels really, really high and you had some dynamics, it was still loud, it still sounded full fidelity, but it was very, very hot sounding. But at the same time, when you put it onto a record and you create, I said a burner record, you don't do that. When you put it onto a record, your dynamic range goes away quite a bit because a record is a groove, and there's a needle that's going back and forth between the two of them, bouncing as it goes, like this. I mean, it's kind of a weird analogy, but it's it's back and forth like this. As it does that, it's creating your sound, right? But the ability of taking it down and fading out, you're still going to have a high amount of noise from that needle going back and forth. And that's self noise coming from your turntable. So you had to push up louder because the more you made it go back and forth is going to be the louder it is. And so you were working the dynamics in the audio world with the entire stream. You had an analog microphone. You had an analog recording. You reproduced an analog. It didn't hit digital. So it was a pure, crisp audio file, and it had its own issues, by all means, by being analog, but you still had a full, beautiful wave. You didn't have it, quantized like it runs into this day and age. You didn't have to hit a 0 dB and then pull it back. You could use, push up into that and make it extra hot and use that to the ability to actually make it sound good. If you wanted to push up into it and then use compression for a certain audio effect, there's a really good video on YouTube that somebody who's a lady YouTuber did a talk about some of the old effects that you could create, that you could use compression, that you could use limiters, and some of the ways they were used successfully in music. And it's a really good video. I forgot what it is, but it's a really awesome video. If I can find it, I'll tweet it out. But it was really cool to watch this video because she did a lot of research for it. It sounds good. But anyway, hopefully that answered your question. But yeah, I think part of the reason older albums sound better is because it was straight analog. It wasn't as much digital. It didn't bounce in and out of digital. It didn't go through an ADC converter and then through a DAC. It didn't have to do that. It wasn't edited on a computer and technically perfect. It was able to have some of the little imperfections. It was able to have analog touches added in the recording, in the mastering, and then in the reproduction. And man, does analog sound good. I like the way a lot of those old school albums sound. Many thanks. I'll check out the video too. It was in Twitter, not a troll. Okay. American Liberty, I would love more than anything if you could find that, if you can somehow find it. It's difficult to record some actors like, is it difficult to record some actors like during action shots, or do they do that audio in post? It depends. Sorry. Here's how it depends. If there's a big action sequence, usually if there's dialogue, it's going to be louder. Actors are going to be yelling it. So you have a pretty decent chance of picking it up on a boom, especially if you use the right combination of booms. Maybe you can plant something. Maybe there's a whole bunch of different factors. But depending on what it is, you also usually will get coverage of any dialogue. Actors will usually also wear a lav mic. Now, the big issue you run into lav mics is by the time you stick it underneath clothing, you hear that? It's my zipper. Well, imagine that with a microphone that's right there on the skin and this thing's bouncing around. Now, technically, you should use some Joe Sticky stuff or Top Stick or something like that, Super Stick, and stick that down so it's not making that noise. However, what is very important right there is if someone is running while they are saying something, because in that case, it will sound very bassy and you'll hear the clothing noise snapping back and forth and it'll sound like rustle. And so you want to avoid that whenever possible and still get things on a boom. And so that means the boom operator will be running through it. Now, if an actor yells something or says something, most of the time you should be able to get that wild. And by that, I mean, if you don't get it on a boom or you don't get it on the lav mic or a plant, then what you need to do is ask your director if your actor could maybe jog in place and deliver it the same way they just did. As soon as you're done with recording the scene in the action sequence, say, hey, can we roll sound real quick and just have them say the line so the actor will be like, no, don't do that. And they'll say it while they're right there underneath your microphone. So that way you at least have that in post. Some actors will say, my performance isn't there. So they'll jog in place and they'll try to regain all that energy so that way they can deliver the line like it was. And then sometimes you'll have an actor that will turn and they'll run around and then they'll run back over right underneath you and they'll jog in place right underneath while they're out of breath. And they'll do that. I mean, it just depends if they have time to do that. Sometimes in action sequences, they shoot until it's sundown. And by then you could have totally different sounds because during the day, there's different ambience noises than there is at night. At night, you could have tree frogs, and during the day, they're not there. Cicadas sometimes. So sometimes you can get wild lines, get the whole scene wild. But in all honesty, the best thing to do is to try to get it with a combination of microphones. On Walking Dead season 8, at the very beginning, that was the all-out war season, and there was a lot of action sequences that involved guns. There was a lot of people running and then delivering a line. I was running with the actors, throwing a microphone over them when it was Dale or Negan or Rick or whoever, and they were running. I was throwing a microphone right on top of them and trying to catch them. But because they're yelling and they're speaking up, you don't want to get a microphone too close to them because you can clip it very easily. And so you back off on it and still it's going to sound good and rich. To a certain degree. You can't just go back 30 feet and expect it to sound good because by then you're going to be bringing it up way too much. Watch my video on adding decibels if you have any questions about that. I can put that link out there too. So that way if you want to watch that and learn about adding decibels, you can. Here is my video on adding decibels if you want to watch that. Alrighty. So, oops, there we go. Adding decibels. But if you can get a microphone within 6 feet of a yell, it's usually going to sound pretty good, especially if it's a short shotgun microphone. If it's a long shotgun microphone, you pull the sound in from even farther. So there you go. Alrighty. So it's like when you listen to remasters and how they are much louder. But if you get the volume level matched to the original recording, the OG recording usually sounds better and has more detail. That might be because as you push up higher and higher above 0 dB, you may not clip, but it changes the characteristic of the music. It sounds hotter. It starts to the energy level changes in an analog thing. So that might be part of what you're talking about right there. So it's the Stinger. I'm going to have to look that up. The Stinger microphone. HyperX Cloud Stinger microphone. No. Let's see. Neat microphone. Stinger. Not on Twitter. All right, so let's see. Neat microphone stinger. They have a stinger. Neat King Bee microphone stinger. What on earth did you search, Liberty? I want to know. I want to see. I want to see what it has to say. The stinger. Okay, I'm going to try it one more time before I just presume you are trolling me. The stinger. I'm going to say the stinger and neat. I see nothing of the sort. Whoa. I do see a wasp that got decapitated, though, and its head is still moving. Oh, no, I do not need to go down this rabbit hole. That's all it's going to take I'll be up at 5 a.m. still watching crazy videos. Don't get me going on that, because I'll end the stream and then start watching crazy videos. Okay, so let's see. I always wondered how it's done. Yep, that's it. Just post a screenshot with the stinger. Haven't found the December one. Just posted the screenshot with the stinger. Okay, so I'll look up your American Liberty. Oh, let's see. What is your Twitter? I forgot your Twitter now. You're not that notification, are you? I know you're in there someplace. I just can't remember for some reason. Can you tag me, American Liberty? I want to see it, but I'm probably too to see it right now. If they are changing the name from Queen Bee to the Stinger, they most likely deleted the December post. Or maybe they're just screwing with us. They didn't release it on April Fool's Day, did they? All right, why in some movies it's hard to hear the dialogue, but the background noise and music is really loud? Well, it depends on how you're watching it. You got to keep in mind that a lot of that they don't use headphones when they are mastering a movie or a television show. They are in a sound booth, not a sound booth. They're in a sound studio, and they're based on where their monitors are and their distance away and the size of the studio and stuff. It could be anywhere between usually around 87 decibels down to about 85 decibels. That's how loud it's set. Now, if they record it and it's normally pretty flat, and they are recording it and mastering it in such a way inside, a director may say, "Oh no, I want to hear this differently." Like when Christopher Nolan did Interstellar, he liked the background noise to drown out the dialogue, and so there were signs put on some theaters, kind of throwing Christopher Nolan under the bus, saying it is not a problem with the sound system. That is the way the director wanted it to sound. I'm not kidding. And the reason why is because people were saying, I can't hear the dialogue. It's just you have too much bass. You have to turn it down. And they're like, no, it's not. Oh, you posted this shot in my Discord. I gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you. I'll check it out. But anyway, so to answer your question, sometimes it could be a mastering thing. Sometimes it could be the director wanted it to sound a certain way. Sometimes they could be they were told to and instructed it to sound a certain way for television. Like, for example, if you watch, if they anticipate that 65% of the audience is going to be watching it on a phone, they may mix it so that way it will sound better on a phone. As crazy as that may sound. Therefore, if you watch it on a DTS surround sound system, it might not sound right, because it's designed to be playback on a phone by a primary audience that is expected to watch it on a phone, not in a theater. In a theater, it's going to almost always be mixed for that. But there can be sometimes that things are mixed down so that way it will sound better on a certain type of platform. It's rare. It's becoming more and more less rare, I should say, more popular now than it used to be, but it's still not considered to be ideal practice. I mean, still people would prefer it to sound good. All right. They do say it in a reply from someone suggesting Neat do a shotgun microphone, but it was a question thrown in the air by Neat, not an announcement per se. Okay. Do you have a favorite movie soundtrack? Mine is probably HTTYD. What is that? Okay. I will tell you a few soundtracks I like. I like Forrest Gump. It's a lot of fun. I love the Goonies soundtrack just because it's a lot of the songs that I remember and I just in my mind. How to Train Your Dragon. Gotcha. Another soundtrack I really like, and you're going to laugh, is Romeo and Michelle's High School Reunion because it's a lot of 90s stuff. What is that? I mean, you got to love something like, Labyrinth because it's so catchy and part of your childhood and that kind of thing. It was an 80s movie. I mean, sure, like Breakfast Club is another good one, but trying to remember some of the sound. Oh, The Crow. The Crow has an amazing soundtrack. It's like almost every single song on that album is just amazing. And I used to just put that thing on in my car and just I was just like, oh, I love this. It's an amazing soundtrack. So look it up online if you've never seen it. Fight Club has a good soundtrack too. Very good one, Comatose. Yeah. Very good soundtrack. So I'm trying to remember some other good ones. Movies mastered for Dolby Pro Logic will have the surround channel filling your headphones, out of phase on each side, versus canceled out if you're doing listening in a room without surround. Yeah, you can also, and that's the reason why a lot of the times they'll actually include a stereo track where it's kind of a mix down and down mixed into stereo. And if you don't have that, you can always set your television up to play it back. That way, if you're planning on listening to it on headphones, because they can do some weird phasing things, and it can, and 5.1 is just not going to sound right in headphones. I mean, even if you're using like a virtual surround thing, you might be able to get away with it, but it's just, those things are like $25 headphones, and they're not going to sound as good as, a much nicer pair, Beyerdynamics or Sennheisers or Sony's, Audio Technicas, all these different headphones. Anyway, how about these movies with a good soundtrack? Real Genius. Yeah, that's a good one too. A lot of 80s movies had really good soundtracks. I mean, but I tell you, even stuff like Lord of the Rings. You want to talk about a good soundtrack there? Lord of the Rings is a really good one. I mean, it's more classical epic. Now, what is trying to remember some of the other ones I really like from recent years. Geez, I can't think of any right now. Yes, just about anything from John Williams is going to be good, and Danny Elfman too. Danny Elfman and John Williams are probably my two favorite movie composers. They are both absolutely brilliant, amazingly talented guys. Any recent animated movies you thought were really good? Hope you're all good with my random questions that just came out of nowhere. Absolutely. And I'll tell you, Matthew, we have pretty much dialed in on the name of the podcast I'm going to be doing, which is going to be a question and answer desk type thing. So if you send me any of your questions at soundspeeds@yahoo.com, I'll be answering them as soon as I start the podcast. And I will gladly do so in the podcast form. And if anybody has any questions you want to ask in podcast form, by all means, it will be wonderful to have that. 8 millimeter, I've never seen the movie 8 millimeter. Maybe I should. I was told it was pretty good. So any recent animated movies you thought were really good? Let me think. What animated movies have I seen? I have 3 little girls, and so I do a lot of watching of Disney movies. So probably well, not really a movie, but I tell you, the Final Fantasy VII remake. I mean, I have a very soft place in my heart for Final Fantasy VII. I love that game. It's my favorite game ever. And I tell you, the remake took a lot of the songs and did a great thing with it. Let's see. Beauty and the Beast, the original, is probably one of the best Disney soundtracks. Yeah, it was good. Even, I'll tell you this, even the remake in 2017 was a lot of fun. Wait a minute. Recent Disney. Animated movies, you said. Oh, no, I was thinking Greatest Showman. Greatest Showman probably has one of the best. I mean, I tell you, I went into it not knowing a whole lot about it. I knew about P.T. Barnum and at least some stuff. But when I watched it, I was just kind of like, and then I tell you, as soon as the opening, I was like, what am I listening to? Because this is definitely not like 100+ year old music, and I like the current flavor of it. How and I was just like watching the screen, and I was like, into it from the very beginning. I was like, this is awesome. This is such a good. So that soundtrack, I think, is one of the most recent soundtracks I've heard that made me excited. As for animated movies, I'm not 100% sure that I've seen a whole lot of animated movies that were newer. If you have 3 little girls, not sure if you or they have seen it, but Frozen 2 is great in my opinion. I can't lie. I know my girls like it, but I've seen it only, and when I'm halfway paying attention in there, they've watched it maybe 5-6 times, and I have probably still not watched it all the way through just yet. And the soundtrack, to me, I kind of shrug at. It's not as good as the original. And the main song, what is the main theme? Where you hear like the thing in the background, or whatever it is. I like I said, I haven't seen it very much, but that song I don't really like a whole lot. The main song that you see and you hear doesn't really thrill me that much. But oh, I cannot play it here. Nathan, if you have not seen The Greatest Showman, I should almost, let me see if I could do the intro. Opening scene. Let me see if this is it. If it starts playing. Let me see. Yes. Okay. I'm going to post this, and you should definitely watch this sequence. And if you can, listen to it with headphones and listen to it a bit on the loud side, because the beginning of this is just really good. It's a really good movie. The whole soundtrack is really good, and there's some awesome things. So check that out right there. It's awesome. Bug's Life. I don't remember the soundtrack on that, but I tell you, a lot of Disney movies are great. And so, Monster House was good too. I never saw that one either. What was the name? I watched a lot of TV, and my last suggestion before coming back before bed. Yeah, it seems 50-50 by the soundtrack. Like, I actually like much prior the soundtrack for the second movie. Much prior the soundtrack for the second movie. That's really the first one in comparison. So I guess you're talking about Frozen again? Yeah. Prefer. I'm sorry. The Zip Fizz is, I think, worked through me already, and I'm getting drowsy again. 1:41 a.m. And I've been up. I've been up for a long time, and been to the beach and got exposed to the sun, and then drove 6 hours. And anyway, let's see. Yeah, it's I like the first soundtrack. I think that, my girls watch. I think there's some songs on the Tangled soundtrack that I like that are pretty good. Thinking of Disney, soundtracks that are really good. There's a lot of good ones, I tell you. They do a really good job of what they do, which is creating songs that are memorable, that timelessly work their way into your life. Anyway. Alrighty. Let's see. Let me go back up here and look. I think sound support is going to be the best one. Sound support. Yeah. I tell you, it's I have it open right there. As soon as I end the stream, I'm going to play it and being able to listen to it. Now, if you can listen to it on a sound system with bass and just blast it, it's awesome. When we have, as if you remember me recently talking about in last week's stream, the fact that we have a sound bar because we have kids. And I had one of my daughters that kept pulling over tower speakers down on top of her, and it was a concern that she was going to hurt herself. And so we got rid of the big towers and got a sound bar, which my youngest daughter has pulled over on top of her some, but it's not been an issue because she hasn't gotten overly hurt or actually hurt at all. But she's damaged the sound bar, and I've had to kind of piece it back together a little bit. But we do not have the subwoofer connected up to our sound bar, so it's not a whole lot of bass, but it still sounds pretty decent. But I tell you, if I want to play something, the Phantom of the Opera soundtrack is also good. I really like a lot of the songs on it. But I tell you, there are some songs that I will put on when no one's around if I want to listen to some of these songs. And if I want to just feel punchiness and stuff, I will turn on the subwoofer, and usually overly louder than it should be. And I will blast it because I like to hear it like that. Got yourself a Mogami Neglex 2534 star quad lately for when my new mic comes. Okay, very good. If you see the thing on the bottom of my screen right there and you're wondering what that is, after my EIN video, my measuring EIN video, I had people that were interested in buying a 150 ohm dummy XLR. And I don't know of any place that sells them online. I didn't search though, but I said, you know what? If somebody wants them, I'll go ahead and make them if you're interested. $20 for one of those. And if you are interested in a Mogami Gold cable, that's a 6-footer, is like $70. If you would rather me build a cable my way, a 10-foot XLR my way, which is also a star quad, and I basically am pretty meticulous with my soldering. So if you want me to make a cable, it's $50. If you want a 10-footer plus or minus, a foot or so. But anyway, that's at least an option you have. Mogami is going to be a great cable for you. So by no means should you return it and get one from me. But that's if it's a Mogami, I'm sure it's going to be good. I am not familiar with the Neglex 2534, but I'm sure because it's Mogami, it's good. I'll probably watch the movie in the living room with the subwoofer tomorrow. And yes, you should, because there's a lot. If you like musicals, they do a really good job with Greatest Showman. And I think that's probably, musical wise, it's one of my favorite musicals. And I'm not afraid to admit that I like musicals. As a matter of fact, I have theater in my blood. When I was a young kid, my grandmother used to always take me to the theater. And I've been in plays. I went to a performing arts high school. I've done a lot of, no, I have not seen Wicked. Sorry. But I've been a part of a lot of musicals and been on everything from, and worked on everything from a chorus line to anything. No, actually, I did not do Anything Goes. I watched it a bunch though, because I liked it. Let's see. Into the Woods was another one that was just amazing. Musicals. Once on the Island was a lot of fun when I did it. I mean, it was pretty awesome. So there you go. A lot of fun in the musical land, because I tell you, there's a lot that can be said from musicals. They are a lot of fun. They are, and you don't need to be nervous about liking musicals. A lot of people are like, "Oh no, you can't like musicals." I mean, it's so funny. I've worked a lot with people that have been very surprised that I'm straight. They're like, how can you recite musicals? And I'm like, because they're good. He's like, well, a lot of straight guys don't like to admit that they like musicals. I'm like, well, why does it have to be a gay or a straight thing? It's like, I can like good music. And they're like, well, and it's really funny. Anyway, so kind of a funny thing that it's like, it's that is not something that you can only enjoy if you're gay. No. You can enjoy musicals if you're a straight guy too. It doesn't matter. It gets into, musicals, music in general is something that's a very close to your heart thing. It's so funny. I mean, it's almost like back in school when people said, "Ooh, you like that? You must, and whatever, fill in the blank. Kids are dumb." It's like, yeah, I can like stuff. And I can know musicals. I can know whatever. It's awesome. So anyway. Oh, let's see. Mogami. You know what? I might as well look that up. I'm going to look up that Mogami cable. Just because. Yeah. Yeah. It's Yeah. That's going to be a good one for you. Yes, it's a thicker cable too, which is good. I like thicker XLRs. I don't like the duplex cables that are thinner. Yeah, that's a nice thick one. I like it. Nice. Yeah, you see, I don't know all the all those cables simply because I make my own. Yeah, that's going to be a good one for you. Okay. Let me bounce back and see if there's any more questions or anything. Whether it's musical or not, it's music. You can like it whoever you are. That's right, Ruben. I agree. Music is something that it brings people together, man. It's awesome. I love 80s stuff. 80s music to me, and just I wish I was born a couple of decades before I was, because it would have given me a chance to, even a decade before I was, it would have given me a chance to go to the most amazing clubs in town. It would have allowed me to have gone to some really amazing clubs, like Limelight Atlanta. If you do a search on YouTube for Limelight Atlanta, and I'm not going to do it right now because Greatest Showman's intro is right there, and I cannot wait until I play it. So, I'm 30 years old, and I love 60s to 90s music more than zeros, more than aughts and tens, yeah. And it's because you like music, and there's a lot of it's more personal back then. It was more about. It's more about the music, like when here's a good one for you. If you have never seen Almost Famous, the Almost Famous soundtrack is amazing. That is one that I really, really love. Nathan? I don't know. I was born in the 70s, Nathan. I don't know how old you are, but I was born in the 70s. I'm in my 40s right now, man. So anyway. Yeah, if you have not watched Almost Famous, it's basically the story of Cameron Crowe when he was a young kid. He wanted to be a rock writer, and he caught it at the very end of the really epic rock era. But he still, even though he was very young, he still managed to talk himself into traveling along with a band. and his stories. If you catch him behind the scenes and you learn about what it was actually like for him, he has quite an amazing story, and he talks about stuff. Daniel, thanks for coming out. Really appreciate you joining me here and hanging out. Thank you so much. So there we go. Cool. Well, I tell you, I've streamed almost 4 hours. Right now, in 10 minutes, I will have been streaming for 4 hours. I'm going to call it at the 4 hour mark. Started at 10. It's going to be ending in about 10 minutes, and I will call it there because I do need to sleep. My wife is getting up in the morning and taking the kids to doctor's appointments. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I thought you said you were in your 30s, but clearly if you were not, if you were born in the 70s. No. I think that was Ruben said he was 30 years old. Ruben said he's 30 years old. I love the 60s and 90s music more than the zeros and tens. So that's like 8 messages up from yours. So no, Nathan, I'm born in the mid 70s. Yeah, buddy. Yes, reading a comment. Early 70s, yeah, so I'm not that far off you. I'm just a little bit. I'm trailing you just a little bit. That's all right. And you know what? Since Liberty, I don't know if you're still here or not. Oh, well, thank you so much. Definitely 4 hours that you could have. I may do some more live streams here. It's going to depend on how my internet's held up. My internet seemed to tonight do all right. Thanks for the stream, sir. I have happy slumber. Okay. And I will go right now. It would be called the Stinger. Okay. Yeah, I think they just say it would be called the Stinger. So I wonder if that means they're in the development of it right now. So I'm going to say in Discord, I'm going to say hello to people real quick. Alrighty. Welcome, Solar and Horse. And Pizza. And Brutal. All right. Alrighty. Let's see. I am definitely... I'm going to bounce out of that. Thank you so much for that. I've been coming Neat Microphones tweets. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will reach out to them for certain and ask them about the Stinger. Because I'm very interested to see if they are going to ever release it. I'm curious. Well, great. My internet has been having some issues. I have a wireless router that when I bought it a few years ago, it was the top of the line wireless router. It's a mesh system. It's the Orbi RBK50, I believe is what it is. And when I got it, it was like the best on the market. It was not cheap, but Netgear has started playing around with quality of service. So no longer am I able to get my full up and down bandwidth anymore. Now it has been choked down to like a 45th of what I'm paying for. Maybe a 20th or something. But they think, for whatever reason, that it's a good idea to do quality of service and manage it themselves. Because they can manage quality of service with a profile automatically far better than I could ever manage my own bandwidth. It's garbage. I hate it. So, in my opinion, I'm not going to buy another Netgear thing without checking quality of service. But in the meantime, I'm looking for a good mesh router. I'm definitely wanting to buy something that's better. And we'll see what that is going to be. But regardless, that's hopefully going to be the case. Alrighty. Stream has been good and smooth. That's good. It's sometimes choppy. Like right now, I'm looking at the streaming screen, and it's giving me a warning. I've seen it scroll a couple of times, so maybe that's that it was dedicated to uploading and not downloading correctly back to me. I don't know. What I do know is that it's not wonderful, my internet. That's the reason why my last stream was I was complaining about the internet. I was saying that it was bad. And then wouldn't you know it, my power died. My power was actually what fell apart. It was not my stream, my internet. It was the fact that I lost power, and we lost power in my county for 90 minutes. David, receiving you loud and clear in Scotland. It's nearly 7 a.m. I'm still not sure. NT1B, Lewitt 440, Stam SA 87, Sennheiser, whatever, yawn. Thanks so much for the fun. Good night. Thank you for coming by, David. It looked smooth all along from what I can tell. Good. Well, that's awesome. It might be because we got back from Myrtle Beach. We did not stream any movies on Netflix or anything like that. And my wife and daughters have been exhausted because we hit the road and we drove a long time. We got up early, we packed up, went to the beach, and then with the sand and salt all over us, we just kind of rinsed off underneath the shower there, and then came back to Georgia. And it was a 6-hour drive. So when we got back here, we were pretty exhausted, pretty wiped out. And my girls were all pretty wiped out, but hopefully they're not. Normally they'll watch something as they go to bed. They probably didn't tonight. They probably just fell asleep. So that may be the reason why the stream is held up. It looks smooth. If that's the case, you know what to do before every stream. Yeah. Knock all the girls off the internet. Girls are not allowed. I've been using OnHub for Wi-Fi, and it's only AC 1900, not AC 3000. But I have no complaints with 3x OnHub devices in a mesh for 4 years now. They are newer, faster Nest Wi-Fi Gen 2 devices now. Yes, there's like a new, what is it? My wife mentioned something about it. A new protocol. Is it a Gen 3? She mentioned something that's like it's expandable. It's like a top of the line something. She did mention something, and I remember let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Tri-band range? No. What is it? I was trying to remember. Contact lenses are going dry. Wi-Fi 6. Maybe that's it. Wi-Fi 6, maybe? I don't know. I have to look it up. She did the research, and I told her Nest Wi-Fi, formerly known as Google Wi-Fi. Gotcha. Yeah, I told my wife she has not been happy with some Wi-Fi purchases, and mainly because they've upgraded and stuff and sabotaged the internet, or because we had actually a signal to noise issue here that after I called Charter like 3 times in the same month and complained, they sent out a senior level tech, because that's all they know how to do on the phone is we'll send out a tech. And the techs came out and they checked the line and they're like, sorry, I can't see anything wrong with it. It's not dropping or anything. And I was like, okay, well, then as soon as it drops, because it was between about 10 p.m. and 3 a.m., I said, as soon as my internet drops, I'll call you back. And they don't come out after 9. So wasn't able to have a technician out here for when it was acting up. Except one day they were lined up, and I had a technician that started acting up at 8 p.m. I was so excited because I had a tech that was supposed to come out, but he had not had lunch. And so they said, oh, sorry, we're going to have to reschedule you for tomorrow. I'm like, no, don't do that, because it's actually acting up now. It's been acting up, but y'all never been able to reproduce it because it doesn't normally happen until after 10. I'm sorry, he hasn't had lunch yet, and then after that, it'll be too late to dispatch him. I'm like, sacrifice his lunch. We need him here. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We're not able to do that. I'm just letting you know that we're having to reschedule you for tomorrow. Anyway, I finally got a senior level tech out there that was like, well, it's solid now, but I see there's not a lot of noise on the line. Have you had an issue with drops? Yes, that's what you're here for. Well, it's probably because of the signal's noise. Let me run you a whole separate line. So he ran a second line, and supposedly it's been better. But now, because of the quality of service of my stupid Wi-Fi, I need to get a better Wi-Fi router. So mesh or Wi-Fi 6 is a new thing, yes, but not supported by these devices, even the second gen. So I've been looking into Wi-Fi 6 as well. There aren't as many options yet. It's still pretty early in the life of that standard. Okay. Well, I'm going to basically just keep open to whatever. I need to get a new Wi-Fi router, one that gives me my full bandwidth, because right now I've been broadcasting out in 720, and hopefully that it's not going to choke out my bandwidth. But if I were to do a search, or not a search, but if I were to, I'm going to kill my stream here for a second, because I'm going to go to speedtest.net, and I'm going to run this. And you're going to see the stream is going to go to garbage right now, but it's going to be for the duration of this test. So here we go. I'm going to hit this now, and let's see what happens. I don't know if you can still hear me right now. It's connecting right now. We'll see what happens. Ping time. Okay. If you're hearing me right now, it's doing a download test. And yes, it's about 1/20th of the speed that I'm paying for. About to do the upload test. This is where it's going to really choke out here. We'll see what happens. And don't know if it's choppy, if it's messing up. Probably is. This is really bad. Okay. It should be back by now. But this is probably, let's see, 22.9 down and 18.65 up. So 22 point something down and 18.65 up. 22.7 down, I think it was. 22.6 down, something like that. Anyway, it was streaming up on my screen, but I'm sure the whole stream went to garbage right there. I'm still looking for search 802.11ax if you want to do some research. My wife is doing it because if I pick out another thing and she doesn't like it, she's not going to be happy. So I said, you know what? You pick it out. She's perfectly capable of doing research. She does great research. And if she finds us a mesh system or something that the biggest issue I have is that the ideal place for the router downstairs, it fires through the refrigerator and or the washer and dryer in line with my computer, which I rerouted the antennas way up there, but still. On Wi-Fi, I get about 380 megabits per second up. Down and up. On wired, I get 960 megabits down and up. I thought about a power line adapter. I actually have a power line up here if the Wi-Fi cuts out completely. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But anyway, I have been streaming for now 4 hours, which is quite a while. I am dragging. You can see my eyes are trying to close. And so I'm going to go ahead and call it right there. But thank you so much. Yeah, I'll do another stream again soon. So, and if you have any questions or anything, feel free to email me. And when I get enough for a good first episode of the podcast, I will do just that. So, sound support podcast is what we decided on, I think. Sound support. I'm going to have to double check that real quick. I'm scrolling up through here. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. And I am indeed going to call it. Y'all take care, and I will see you next time. You take care.